Wow.
All right, here we go.
No, I'm just thinking, I've never seen you emotional. You're always really pretty straight and centered with 4 Pisces in your chart. If
Yeah.
you ever got knocked off center and were emotional, I would not want to
believe you me,
witness that.
I always carry an anchor everywhere I go. So anyway, all right. It is Tuesday, March 19th, 6:03. And this is the IDP meeting. Hey, Ken, can we quit the washing up? I can't focus. Thank you, babe. And so, anyway, I was expecting a couple of new people tonight. And so I was going to take questions because I know I get a lot of questions, and I tell them, hey, just come to the Tuesday meeting, and that way my whole week isn't like bombarded with all these questions. And then when Tuesday shows up, rolls up, people don't show up. And then, Wednesday comes and I'm getting asked questions again. So I try and keep it to Tuesday because, believe it or not, I actually have to make money at times and do all those horrible things to live. So anyway, we connect on Facebook at the IDP page, the internally displaced people page. Generally, you have to go through somebody that's already in the page to get added. And then additionally, we have a Dropbox, which maybe Greg can post a link to for everybody, but it's bit.ly/IDP Zoom, I believe. And almost everything that we've done, almost all the recordings, all the ones we've managed to upload, it does take a lot of time for us, but they're pretty much up on that, in that Dropbox, or that bit.ly box. So
can you repeat that address? bit.ly /.
Yeah, bit.ly/IDP, as in internally displaced people, Zoom, ZOOM. Is that correct, Greg?
Yep, I'm putting it in the chat now.
Okay, so Greg will put it in the chat, and that way you'll have a link to it. So
thank you.
You're welcome. There's various recordings in there. And so, definitely, if anyone's interested in doing the foreign trust and putting their cars into an association, foundation, or some other type of entity, then, there's instructions early on in the videos there. And there's other good stuff throughout, but, look early on if you're interested in that stuff, because that's the biggest questions that I get.
I have a question.
Go ahead.
If it's been asked and discussed, rather than take up time today, if you could point me to the video, if you know which one it is. You probably, of all people, and maybe Greg, know how I'm operating more or less, based off of what I've created, and I'm just operating. I'm kind of becoming a little concerned about how I should be handling, if at all, taxes or reporting or dealing with this 9-headed monster that I just don't want to even think about. And I can't just ignore that this thing is there, because ultimately within a few years, it'll really fuck me over. So have you guys done any videos on like anybody else that might have been or gotten to a similar status as me that what would be some high-level things we'd want to take into consideration or do?
Okay.
We've just never done taxes.
So here's like, remind me, in when you applied, what entity is the, and I'm calling air quotes with the employer, are you employed under a Social Security number, or
No.
are you contracted? You
Always.
have a contract.
Since we did what we did, I've only and always contracted with my EIN.
Yeah. So as long as that entity never files, you should never have a problem.
When you say that entity, meaning
the entity they're going to 1099 you, right? They're going to 1099 an association or something.
Yeah, that's been done. I've had to give people W9s and all that stuff.
Yeah, they give you a 1099, and as long as that entity doesn't file, you're fine.
When you say that entity, you're talking about our association, not the person who's employing you, right?
Yeah.
Yes, they've already filed. They've issued a 1099. They've filed, they've written you off, or that entity, the work that they've hired an entity and they've written that off on their taxes. Now, as long as that entity, your entity, doesn't file and open up that whole mesh and web, then it's not a problem. But now remember, your entity would be given some sort of tax benefit. Let's say worst case scenario, right? You know, these entities are tax exempt. Let's say you get slammed for something. Here's the thing, that entity would have been paying you and all the other things. So, I very much doubt that you would have any tax liability, even in the worst case scenario. But technically speaking, I know people that have done this for many, 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 many years. And of course, I hate doing this on record. But such are these meetings. You know, maybe we should have a little disclaimer at the beginning. These are all fantasy lives that we're living.
Well, it's live action role playing. That's all we're discussing.
We're role playing, yes. And so, yes, and I would also add here that you are all part of my ministry.
Amen.
Amen.
So not engaging them.
I'm going to be good. Go ahead.
Not engaging them is the course of action.
Yeah, you're fine. Everything is fine right now, you know, because it takes both sides. So they've done a reporting, but now it's up to you to claim it.
Jackie?
See, here's the problem with all this, okay? The problem is these people who are trying to face you in what you're doing and how you're doing it have no friggin' clue except for what they're used to.
Yes,
okay?
that's very true.
So as we speak, I have filled this role out for the estate. So the estate essentially basically did the service unsolicited, okay? And the unsolicited estate essentially just cashed the checks at their bank, okay? So what these people who are virtually sheep, they want to follow the straight and narrow. They don't want to get in trouble. And yet it's not their frickin' problem. See, the thing is, you're responsible for your own status. However you display it, that's the way it is. And they think that they're responsible for your status. Well, they're not. And they just have to follow the program. And if you provide them the right information, they're supposed to follow the program. So what these people did is they went to H&R Block. Now, this is the friggin' for the sheep to go through. And the H&R Block had no idea what to do with this, okay? Because what I did is I gave them an invoice, essentially, that was from the estate. And of course, they paid for it in its entirety. But what they do is there's a particular form the H&R Block finally deciphered what it is I was conveying. It says, well, we either have to fill out a 1099 or a miscellaneous or a 1042S. I says 1042 is the right one because it's called a foreign person's U.S. source of income subject to withholding. But the irony is you have to really understand Section 83 of the IRS code. And if you don't understand that, you're missing a whole boat, and they are too. And Section 83...
Oh, don't confuse people with Section 83 right now.
It's not confusing. It's straightforward.
Yes,
It's
but-
83A.
Yeah, but
it's
83A, I think.
it's great. I love Section 83, but technically speaking, for anybody who's using their social, it's a great argument. We're talking about the entities, and the entities...
It doesn't make any difference.
Well,
They don't. Here's your Social Security number and EIN number.
Well, the thing is, they're never going to file. It doesn't make any difference. The entity will never file. It will never be raised.
Exactly.
You have to claim Section
And you
83.
don't have to file.
And nor is it foreign either, because we're talking about associations.
Yes, we're talking about associations. Absolutely. Hold on a second, though. Arthur Stokes, I think, tried to say something before Blue snuck in. Go on, Arthur.
Knock.
Thank you.
Hold on a minute.
Two things I'd like to mention. Since the 1099 was brought up, I must confess it's the only thing that I have ever had a nightmare about. But more constructively, the 1099s all refer to, or their instructions refer to, a business, which is defined at section 7701A26 as the functions of a public office. And a rare example of that appears in the opposite end of those volumes in section 162, where they point out that one who has a trade or a business might be, for instance, a congressman or his delegate. It's not you, it's a government officer. So you might simply say, if you communicate at all, that I do not have a business as thus defined. Goodbye.
Well, here's the point. The point is in
That
the
is a
IRS
point.
manual code, it says very specifically that a 1099, 142S, or whatever you want to put out there, even a 1040 is a class 5 tax. And that class 5 tax is, or not tax, or a class 5 form. And that form is an informational form, not a tax form. And so if that class 5 is determined to be what the hell am I talking about? Is a class 5. It's an estate or gift tax. So all those forms they fill out, they're gifts and estate forms. Okay, it's not in the 1040 category, and
I'm
that's
simply
where you're.
pointing out that it's misinformation.
Which, oh yeah, they're totally in the.
Absolutely. And that's the point. It's misinformation for so many different reasons. And technically,
subject to a $5,000 civil fee for fraudulent filing, I think. Or they,
Yeah, but when you show them their own law, it says, who's fraudulent? Here, I'm just trying to express exactly what it is the IRS code says.
Yeah.
So how is that fraudulent?
yeah, but that's what they do. So we had somebody who had an FTB problem, and he kind of went along with the Section 83 argument, and he you know, for years he hadn't filed, and then what happened was they sent him a bill. He argued about the bill, and they sent him a $5,000 frivolous penalty, and then removed the bill. So it was really like, what the fuck? It left you wondering, you know, there was no bill, but he got this frivolous penalty for arguing that there was no bill, and afterwards they removed the bill, but left the 5,000 frivolous penalty. And
however, there is no regulation for frivolous filing.
there are no regulations for frivolous filing. We've been down that one too. But here's the thing. So he went and did some filings, listening to the Section 83 and kind of, and anyway, all this has messed him up even more. Now he's got IRS after him and FTB. You know, these things are better left alone. You use an entity. In the worst case scenario, Keith, and you know, we know what the law is. We know the law doesn't apply to us. However, we also know these guys don't have a heart. They don't give a shit. They come after you. They come after you. This is not you. The entity's not you.
Exactly.
So, and that's why we create them for these purposes. The entity can just as well disappear, become bankrupt, do whatever, and you've got a new entity. It makes no difference. You can drop it. You can be like a hermit crab that you use for a short while and then get rid of it. So you see what I'm saying? Yep. You now know how to do it. You could use different entities for every single 1099 that you could imagine. So, you know, you make sure you spread these out. It doesn't make any difference because you know how to create them. Does that make sense?
I want to point out also that you don't have to sign those either.
No, you don't.
No, they're not. You don't have to sign them at all.
1099 require signatures.
Yep.
Really?
Yeah,
yes.
I always thought they did, and then if you actually read the fine print, you'll read that it doesn't require it unless you're getting dividend.
Where does it say that? In like one of the 3 or 4 pages that follow?
There's no place to sign.
I'm trying to pull up a W9, right? I mean, a 1099,
oh, okay.
right?
Yeah, you get one, pull one up.
That's what I'm trying to
And then while you're doing that, Ruben, you have a question, you have your hand up. Hi, Salam.
Yes, the only thing that I've done so far into making myself registered for the assumed name of which is my name from the state of Minnesota. I am employed through an employer, you know, using my social. I would like to change that, but I have not. I haven't put myself up on enough game yet to make that step. But is there something else when you speak of associations? Is there something else that I can do to remove myself further from myself?
Yeah, let me sum that up a little bit. So the assumed business name is one way. You're registering the assumed business name. What we kind of do is unregister pretty much everything. An assumed business name is fine. There's many ways to create very similar things to assumed business names, alter egos, however you want to call them. So you can do it through common law copy claims on the name. You can create other entities within common law. So the assumed business name is one way. You can also file through the Secretary of State. And of course, most people do it through their county recorders. You can do an FBM, fictitious business name, through your county recorders. Those are some ways of doing it. But what we do is we create other entities. Those other entities would have a EIN, that's an employer identification number, as opposed to a Social Security number. And so that way you operate outside of the SSN, for anything that requires an SSN. So, and you'll find some videos in that bit.ly/Zoom, IDP Zoom, sorry. So you'll find something there.
Let me just point out an interesting thing on the EIN too, is when they ask on some of these forms, they'll ask for the taxpayer identification number, whatever, the recipient's US TIN number. You put that number in there, and later on in all these forms, they'll say, what is the recipient's date of birth? Now, they're not talking about your birth. They're talking about when the EIN was formed. That's the date you would put in these locations. So don't make the mistake of putting your personal birth date in there.
Very true. So yeah, nothing will apply to you when you're talking about the, so one of the things that, like, if you started up a business, let's say you started a corporation, your date of incorporation is as important as your birth date, except it's for that entity. So.
Mine's
Got you.
That's good.
Okay, go ahead. Show them where, so you see that?
This is what I interpreted as. I mean, you guys can correct me if you feel like I'm wrong, but it says right here, it's got under penalties of perjury, I certify. And then it goes down here, certification instructions. If you go down here, it says generally payments other than interest and dividends, you're not required to sign the certification, but you must provide correct TIN.
Yep.
And I've personally have filled out several of them now and sent them in without signatures, and nobody said anything yet.
Okay, so here's the deal. If you're going to start filing a form of such nature, like a 1040, don't do a 1040, because that's not for that purpose. It's a 1041, which should be the purpose.
We're not talking about 1040s.
We're not. This is a 1099 that the employer
the
says.
1099 is what the employer gives you.
Yeah.
No, but different things. W9 is for.
Oh, this is a W9. Okay.
W9 is the first half. That's what they ask you to fill out. The 1099 is what they send you after you filled out the W9 and you've actually done work. Then they send you the 1099 afterwards, because that's what you. That's the same thing as you get it. You either have a W9 and then you get a 1099, or you have a W2 and a 1040.
Yes.
Right. W2 is for employees.
Yep.
And 1040 is what you fill out after at the end of the year. W9 is if you're an independent contractor, and then they send you the 1099 in response to your W9. 1040 has nothing to do with the W9.
Right. You're right. Absolutely right. But people just make a mistake of filing those 1040 forms. That's the biggest mistake everybody makes.
True. But anyway, that's Keith. That's where I read it. It says, for mortgage interest paid, all this stuff, cancellation debt, contributions. Then it says, and generally payments other than interest and dividends, you're not required to sign. So I don't.
Yeah, because interest condones profit and gain.
Yes.
And you're not getting profit and gain.
That's income.
That's right, because that's considered income.
Another comment.
Go ahead, Arthur.
The 1040 is for a U.S. individual. You're not one. Just as it says on that line that you just erased from the screen, U.S. person. You're not one.
Right. Well, and it tells you, it gives you a, where is it? Somewhere on here, it gives definitions of what they consider U.S. persons. And like you said, that would be individual. Here it is right here. For federal tax purposes. Right there. An individual.
Greg, I got a question.
Go ahead.
You hear me? But for your all caps name they're using for the entity, if you're working with an employer, wouldn't that be a U.S. person?
Well, see, the thing is, can I interject something?
Absolutely.
Well, actually, I'm sorry. let me keep going. I'm sorry, it was premature. Sorry. It's just, you're going to have to really not pursue jobs with an EIN, because most people are not going to be hired in that capacity unless you spend an awful lot of time figuring that process out.
I love it.
Because
Exactly.
when they're looking for an employee, they're looking for somebody with a different mindset than somebody that's going to present to them the same way you or I would, with our EIN and our association and a barrier between that system and us.
I love it.
There's reason for them to be able to deny your employment.
And professional consultants are actually outside of the realm of being employees. They're looking for somebody who knows what they're doing, not some drone that walks around the office taking care of business for them on the inside. That's why they hire you as a professional.
You know, when I was 17, I began working for a publishing firm, and I remember that very first week when I was expecting my pay, and I looked at it and I'm like, hold on a minute, who's taking my money? And it is a different mindset when, you know, you feel robbed every week. It's really hard to be in the mindset that we're in. So you really do have to kind of think outside the box and try and find ways of supporting yourself that don't involve going to get those kind of jobs. So I really like what you said there, Keith. It is kind of important.
Jackie, when did you leave England?
I was 23. I had an around the world trip, and this was one of my stop-offs.
Hey, can we finish Moxie's question though?
Yes, go ahead.
So wait, let me finish on. So like, for instance, if you're interfacing with an employer, there's no reason why you couldn't create an association that looks very similar in terms of the name of the entity that gives them the EIN that they're looking for.
Yes.
It's two different things though. They're, like Keith said, they're going to be looking for one of two things. Either they're going to be an employer looking for an employee, and an employee does not have an EIN. Employees have a Social Security. If you are if they're going to be not looking for an employee, then they're going to be looking for a contractor, which then you would be required to have an EIN. At that point, I don't think they care what you give them. In fact, on the W9, it will give you a list of 5 different options. You could put down a LLC. You could put down an estate. You could put down
a corporation, a trust.
Yeah, exactly.
The trick is figuring out how to engage your industry as a contractor.
There you go.
You're right. So the other part of that is that when I know this because I have experience looking at the ADP or the payroll service. They actually ask you for a TIN. They don't really ask you for a Social Security number. You can give a Social Security number if you'd like, but they ask for a TIN. So they're looking for a tax identification number, and that could be not Social Security number.
Yes.
But it doesn't necessarily mean EIN. A TIN, most likely, if they are an employee, most likely, because they are two different things, and it says right on the IRS website. If you have an employer that's trying to do it the opposite direction as an independent contractor, yet they're treating you as an employee, that's illegal, and vice versa. If they're, there are two different ways that the entity is paying.
If they dictate what you do, when you do, and how you do it, you're technically an employee. If you can choose your hours and you decide on how you get things done, and you work for more than one person, that generally creates a different type of relationship.
Right.
Yeah, but Greg, I guess what I'm proposing is that there's kind of a middle ground where the employer's not really going to know what number you're giving them, and yeah, they're going to look at it as from an employee-employer relationship, because that's what they're hiring. But
right.
if you come into that with information that's a TIN, which a TIN covers an EIN, it covers a Social Security number, it covers an ITIN. It's basically a tax identification number that is under all the umbrella of different types of numbers. They'll accept that, and then what you have to realize is that when you're claiming your exemptions on your W-4, we'll say, it's just a way to interface with an employer. Yeah, you'd be exempt from all the taxes for as much as you can that they'll withstand. California is kind of evil in the fact that they have the franchise tax board that seems like you can't get away from. But at least it reduces the federal to nothing, to zero.
Yeah, no, I know what you're saying. In fact, I'm looking at the W9 right here. It says taxpayer identification number, and under that section, it's got an option of either social or EIN. And they are laid out three numbers, 2 numbers, 4 numbers, or 2 numbers, and then whatever 6 numbers or 5, whatever that is, 5.
What's really tricky is if you've already given them an SSN, is how do you reverse that and give them a different one?
Yeah,
That's the hard thing, because
That's the hard part.
that's the hard part. In China, they've kind of taught their people to be part of the government, and they're doing that here. So it's everybody else turning in their neighbors, and that's the problem.
That's exactly right.
It's exactly what's going on. They fucking
That's
want
exactly
things that work
what's
for the fucking government. Gets on my nerves, Like even hiring a tux, right? Asking for a driver's license. What the hell has that got to do with renting a tux? It's stupid. So all these people think they work for the government, and I'm miserable, and I think everyone else should be too.
They're socially programmed,
Socially
and they
programmed.
don't even realize it.
Yes.
What if
So-
your employer was really cool? Like, I mean, not really cool, but you'd be able to be open about what you're trying to do as far as because my employer is kind of a square, but the people that are in charge of HR and doing the paychecks and whatnot, they've actually they're with me about not they believe that we shouldn't be paying taxes either. But I guess a while ago, before I entered this job, they got into it with the IRS or something, and they would actually like to know how, but they're not on the same level. It's just they're open to it.
The bigger the company, it appears to me, it's easier to deal with than a small company.
Yeah.
Small companies are scared companies. Big
I
companies.
think, it depends. I think
I worked in the aerospace industry, and I was a private contractor for them because they couldn't get anybody to do what I did because there was nobody available, essentially, for one. And they just paid me checks every freaking week, no questions asked. I was in, and I worked there for 4 years, making some coin, and it was really, really nice. But I guess might have been lucky too. But nevertheless, I never paid tax on any of it because I didn't have to.
Yeah, we find the CPA as being a huge problem. Once they get CPAs, we find that tends to create a whole level of problems for our people. We had one guy who was a printer, and he worked for 6 months. They did not pay him, but they kept arguing with him, and ultimately they had to pay him all his backdate money, but he waited them out for 6 months. He refused to give them the social. And
everybody can survive and work for 6 months, though.
Oh, believe you me, I think he ended up divorced during that 6 months. But he got his money. Yeah, it was pretty funny.
Jackie.
Uh-huh.
No, I'm saying then you're gonna take on everybody who's fighting the system. Utah style.
Well, the thing is, it's so big now. It's so huge. They're just going after the low-hanging fruit, and you got to be one of the harder to get fruits to the top of the tree.
So, talking about that, we've been hearing some really interesting things. I haven't had time to analyze them, but I know 2 people that recently got checks from the IRS, and one dated back to 1998. They've been stealing money from them since like around 1998, and now they sent them a check, like a refund check. Well, they don't say what it's for, so I don't know if it's a refund. So it gets really kind of anyway, we've heard three different cases in the last month that have made us go, what the heck is going on?
Yeah.
So I don't know. I don't think they've grown a heart or anything, but.
If you will, please, let me point out this interesting thing here, which so you'll understand these forms a little bit more on the IRS stuff. This comes out of the IRS publication 6209. The year doesn't make any difference. I got a new one too, but I just happened to find this one on my desk. And it's a document located to define what kind of form it is and what it's for, okay? And every one of these have these things on here to find out what kind of form it is, and the class is what we're interested in here. And if you look down here at number B at the bottom of the page, if you can see that, I think you can. It says the 3rd digit is the class tax. This identifies the type of tax each transaction receives. Okay, so now we know that's where the class is. So we're going to go down here and find out what those classes are. So they list them on this page 422, the class of tax these are. So you go down to number 2, an individual income tax, fiduciary income tax partnership is called a class 2 tax. just as a reference. And you look at number 5, it's an information return processing. Estate and gift tax is a class 5 tax. So now with that thought in your mind, let's go down a little further now and let's go look at these forms that are applicable. So you go into the tax returns and forms, and here's your W-2 down here. What does it say? It's a class 5 tax. That's gift and estate tax. That's what those are for. Okay, they're gifting you. Remember the whole subject matter of gifting? So anyway, we'll go a little further. So let's see what we got. There's a W-4. It's a class 5 tax. That's what it's for. It's an information reference. And even you go into your, like a W-9 doesn't have anything marked on here. And it might be a 6. Now, I don't know what a 6 is directly, but the ones that are primarily important to us, even a W-8 is not on that list. That's the 6 is the 7P. So W-8, which is what I use, is on there, and it's not listed either. So we go down a little further. What do we know? Gift and estate tax returns are 709 forms, which are class 5 and 6. So now, you don't know enough about 709 yet, and I don't want to take you down that path yet, but it's pretty awesome. It's really neat. So we go a little further. Now you see your 1040 form here. It's an individual income tax return. It's a class 2 or a class 6 tax, okay? But that doesn't apply to you. What applies to you is the class 5. Or here's a 1041, which is a beneficiary's share of income credits and deductions. It's a class 5. So then you jump down to the 1099 miscellaneous. It's a statement for recipients of miscellaneous income. It's a class 5 tax. It means it's a gift and estate tax that they're referencing. So you're getting gifts essentially from those forms. And in that, yes,
can
sir?
I just ask, I keep on hearing you say gift and estate tax, which I'm fine with you saying that, but I also remember you saying that under number 5 is also information.
No, yeah, it's the form is called a gift and estate tax form, but it says, as it is up in here, it's a, what do we say here? Class 5 is information return processing. That's what it's for. Then it says gift and estate tax on it.
Here's my question. Where does it say in the world that you're a beneficiary of something? Where is it written? Where's your classification as that?
Yeah, really. Where is it? Where is that? It's by your own attestation.
Okay.
If you don't say you're the beneficiary, then you're not. You know, it's like these guys that fill out these forms. They says, I'm the one who determines what my class status is, not you.
But somebody already did that though by issuing you somebody else's property, like the Social Security, the birth certificate. That's not ours. So I mean,
see the Social Security is one of the things that claims you as a beneficiary. You're the beneficiary of that Social Security insurance. When you get your Social Security, you're a beneficiary. And what's happening is when you get your Social Security, guess what? You've literally closed out the account. And that's why they give you your benefits, because you're no longer engaged in commerce, using it as such. And I don't believe we should have ever given our Social Security numbers out. We should always use EIN numbers, because even the law says that you're not supposed to give that number to anybody, but you do have to give it to a bank for identification purposes. So therefore, if you have to give it to a bank, why don't you just give them the EIN instead? They accept that.
I was going to say, we don't give Social Security numbers for bank accounts.
Well, yeah, well, that's a different story. Yeah, I don't, exactly. So anyway, that's the nature of these forms, okay? So what this has to do with is understanding that 709 form. One of the things I happen to have here is what the 709 is about is the only time you have to pay a gift tax or estate tax is if you receive or you give out more than $300,000 worth of transfer in 1 year. And you never get that. So therefore, you don't have to file a 709 either. I actually have Obama's 709 on the computer here, just as a point of reference, and the number 300,000 and $42,000 comes up on it. So everything over $300,000 is taxable. And an interesting little note is the kid here, he works at a restaurant now. And remember, it's been quite a few years, maybe 25 years or more, that they decided that, oh, people who work in restaurants have to pay tax on their tips, right? Well, actually, when you work for an institution, or let's put it in a simple case scenario. If you got a neighbor across the street and he says, "Will you move my trash for me? I'll give you $50 a month." And I said, "Sure." So you didn't solicit it, but he asked you if you would do something for him. So just like even when you go into a contractor, say, "Would you be interested in my stuff?" "Oh yeah, we'd like to ask you for that." So here, they're soliciting you. You're not soliciting them. You're simply asking if they need something. So when you make a contract, like I have a contract that I make out, and I specifically say on the invoice and the estimate sheet that this is a nonprofit and it's for a fair trade exchange, essentially, in a nutshell. It says it right on the front of the form. That there qualifies that as a fixed number, and that fixed number, just in this case in point, is $85,000. So okay, so he paid, not $85,000, $8,500, and that's exactly how much I got. Now, if he wanted to give me a $200 tip or give me a bonus of $1,000, it's the bonus that becomes the gain, the asset, and that which is taxable. It's not the $8,500. It's the $1,000. So in restaurants, your tips are the things that are actually taxable, not your wages. And they finally caught up with that, but now I know people make more in tips than they do on their income, so they don't want to declare their tips. But
I waited tables when I was 19, and I think they paid us $2.23 an hour plus tips. $2.23.
That's pretty good.
So Blue, basically, I mean, you said people don't pay tax on their income, but you don't get on income because income is taxable, right? That's great. You get that, Blue?
You broke up.
I said, Blue mentioned income is not really taxable, but income is taxable by their roles. What you're getting is a gift, and the gift is not taxable. You're not making a profit.
Yeah, the gift is the taxable thing if you make over $300,000.
Over 300, yeah, right, over 300.
So you can look up that 709 form and read it. It's pretty long to read all the directions, but then you go, holy shit, everybody's doing it wrong. It's amazing. Here's an interesting note in regards to this. Sometimes we mistaken government agencies for private agencies. You got to be able to see between the lines. So I get this letter from an institution called Covered California. And Covered California, I think, is a private agency. They don't have a government address or a stamp on this letter, but it's very, very curious. This one little line I'll read to you. It's called eligibility, okay? And it says, our records show that you do not plan to file a tax return for the upcoming year. Based on your household income, you may qualify for financial assistance to help you pay your health insurance coverage. But to be eligible for premium assistance and or cost sharing reductions, you must agree to file a federal tax return for the year you are applying for federal assistance, even if you have not filed a tax return in the past. So what they're really doing here is they're trying to drag me back into their system, recontract the Social Security number. I don't have to anymore. It's gone. The point is just you have to be really cautious about every bit of paper you get in the mail, because needless to say, they're all soliciting you, every bit of it, and they're trying to drag you into that system.
So, Blue, what would be your what would be your approach if you weren't doing that?
What would be my approach to what?
If you weren't using Covered California.
I get Medicare.
Okay.
Yeah, I get it already. So what the hell do I need to get more for?
What about somebody who doesn't get Medicare?
Well, hold on a minute, because this is where things get really kind of fuzzy, because there's different ways of, doing the same thing, and it's to different degrees.
Yeah.
So, you know, for instance, when I was in the hospital, all I simply say is I don't have a social security number and I don't have a residence. It's that simple. And then everything gets taken care of. Now, in Blue's situation, he did use his social security number. And so there's different ways of doing it. So for instance, let's say you do use your social security number. Now you will get billed. And so that can be concerning. Now, if you're a certain age, of course, you can get that taken care of. As in Blue's situation, it's a little different. For many people, like medical bills are the easiest things to write off. So
yeah, they are. As a matter of fact, I heard just the other day that little did we know that you should be able to use your C575 form and hand it to the hospital. And hand it to the hospital or whatever to get it taken care of, and they take it directly out of it without you even have to supply anything. And that, of course, your C57 is that a 575? It comes with your EIN number.
C575 comes with your EIN number.
Yes.
And so that, you know, that's one way. That's another way of doing it. But you can just do it as an A for V. I mean, I've A for V'd a couple of medical bills in the past, but still, that, you know, so I look at the level of stress that all these things create, and that's
Absolutely.
yeah. And so what I've discovered is standing firm in the first place, and maybe having a little, you know, life is not that easy, you know, not looking at everything at the easy way. Like, it's really easy to just say, yep, I'm a US person. Yep, I can get this benefit. Yep, I can get that benefit. Instead, I look at the alternate ways to where I don't, you know, I can do what I want to do without getting a benefit from the US. And so there are difficulties. Doesn't mean that you can't do it. So like I said, if you go to the hospital and say, I don't have a social security number, and you stand firm. So obviously you have to go to one you haven't been to before. You know, it doesn't work if you go to one way, because they just grab your file. So for instance, when I first went to one, I said, I don't have a social security number. I don't have a residence. And since then I've been back 4 times, and they just grab the file. They never even ask. So that's the difference. I don't even get asked anymore. It's not an issue. They take care of what they need to take care of, and I don't get a bill. Now, what I do get is at some point some tax form that says the IRS may fine you for receiving a benefit, and that's fine, because if they can find income that I make, they can have it. I don't operate in the system, and that doesn't matter to me. And so, and it's the same that we've seen. Let's look at driver's licenses. So it's the same thing. If you have a driver's license and you get a ticket and you try to not show up in court, you try to do, you know, refused for cause, it will go to warrant. It's almost guaranteed it will go to a warrant. If you don't have a driver's license and you do that, it goes to collections, and you'll get a letter from collections saying, if you get a tax refund, we're going to intercept your tax refund. Again, that's fine. If you can find a tax refund for me, you can have the money.
Exactly.
You're welcome to it.
That's what I did. And then what happens is, when they can't get any action out of you after a long period of time, they sell that to a third-party debt collector. And then they pray hell to get money out of that, because you have no contact.
I've never had that to be an issue in all these years. That has not been an issue for me. When you're outside the system, because here's the thing, the first thing a third-party debt collector looks for is to see if you have shit inside the system that they can come and take.
Yep.
That's what they're looking for. And if you don't have a driver's license, they run a skip trace. If they can't locate you, your social security number actively within their system, then you are technically uncollectible. So why are they going to buy a debt that they know that they can't collect on? They have to be able to take you to court, in which case you need to have you need to be the agent for the service of process. So having the driver's license is a big part of that. If you don't have that, then they have nowhere to go with the debt.
So, hey, Jackie, can I comment for a minute?
Go ahead.
So, right on the 8th of March, I was picked up on a warrant charge on a police officer that got lucky. Basically, a ticket had gone into effect a warrant had gone into effect that morning for me not showing up to court 2 days prior for a traffic ticket for driving without a license. I had already submitted my 142 as well as told the state, that I gave them an affidavit that I wanted to remove my car from the DMV records and turned in my license plates. Lo and behold, they ended up picking me up and they towed my car. So I'm kind of like stumbling upon how you say, if you're not in the system, they still seem to say that I'm part of the system, even though
There's
I'm
a lot of echo, man.
Yeah, you're getting a lot of
A whole lot of echo.
Yeah, a lot of feedback. I don't know if you've got two computers on, but here's my question to you. So when did you do your DL-142 and what evidence do you have that you got the DL-142?
I have the bottom half, and I did it back in 2017.
Mm-hmm.
And they, for some reason, they don't see that I submitted it. Actually, no, they did say that they received the DL-142 on the 6th of December 2017. So they have it in their records that the driver's license has been canceled. But they still seem to try and hold this jurisdiction over me.
Yeah. So have you ever seen, so if you look at California Vehicle Code, isn't it 516? I think it's 516. If you look at that, there's a whole list of stuff there that would keep you still inside the system. So there's registration would be one thing. Having a driver's license, another. Registered to vote would be another one. Going to school, owning property, having a business. There's like a whole list of them.
It's under California Vehicle Code what?
I think it's 516. Let me have a quick look. If I can pull it up, I'll pull it up.
All right.
When you say owning a business, does that also include assumed name, registered owner or holder?
You're talking about residency then?
It's all residency. Yep, that's what they're looking for. They're looking under residency. Actually, it's not 516. It is. Oh yeah, there it is. Yep, it's residency. That's what they're looking for. All those things are what will tie you into their resident system, their layer.
Okay. So.
And then now, when you got a ticket.
Yeah.
He obviously found your driver's license and wrote that number on the ticket.
No, I don't have a driver's license. He did. Yeah, he did. Hold on, let me see. I have the ticket.
What I just said. He pretty obviously, because here's the thing. There's two forms of jurisdiction on that form, and that would be registration or license. Was your car registered in your name?
It was registered at one point, and like I said, I tried to remove it, but the state of California does not want to remove their property since they think it's theirs.
It's not that they think it's theirs, it's just that you haven't. So what you have to do is you have to create a pass-through. So they had jurisdiction over you because as the last person that was registered in that car was your name. So that's where your tie-in comes. There's always a tie-in. Every time I look at these, I can locate a tie-in. So your tie-in is through registration. Registration is a big one. Registration makes you the agent for the service of process. So what I did in my situation back in 2013 was I created an estate and I put my car into an estate and I used that as the pass-through. And so, you don't want to have the car that you're traveling in last in your name. If it's in your name, you have expired plates or whatever it is that you're playing around with, you want to move it into a pass-through first. I call it a pass-through because it's just passing through.
Hey, Jackie, I think the subject of residency is the subject of suretyship. If you're a resident, you're a surety.
You're a surety. You're coming under their jurisdiction.
Yes, and so therefore you want to get rid of the suretyship question. So what you do is you file a Form 56 and make the Secretary of State your surety.
Okay. Here's where I tell you where there's a problem. Me and you have a contract, right? And we've agreed to do certain things. Then I turn around and say, I don't want this fucking contract anymore. I'm just going to ignore it. I'm not going to participate, and I'm not going to do what I promised to do. Then you feel that you haven't got what you expected out of me. And so now you're injured. And that's what's going on here. What you're saying is that you can enter into these contracts, do whatever it is you're going to do, and then you're going to turn around and say, but I'm not in your jurisdiction.
No, you have to terminate. You've got to terminate your contract first.
You've got to terminate the contracts. You have to end them, and you want to end them in good standing. It's the best way of doing it. Now, I know that there are other ways. I know legally we can argue fraud. You can argue all these things you want to, but I look at it as straight contract type of stuff. It's just an agreement, and so you have to. You want to cancel all that stuff. You don't want to be traveling around with it. Here's how extreme some of us have got. Here's a good one. Your kids in Little League. What's one of the things you have to show them? You have to show them the birth certificate. So what we do is we even go as far back and we cancel the Little League connections, whether it was you might have been in the Brownies where you had to prove that you lived in that area. I don't care what form of residency you had to show at some point. Generally for Little League, you had to show that you were of age, you had to show your birth certificate, you had to prove that you were a resident in that area. So all these little agreements that you were in ever since you were little, they kind of hang on. And so we've had people that have gone that far back and canceled all those contracts, fishing licenses, you name it.
So my question is, I feel like I don't necessarily fall under any of these. I did register to vote, when I turned 18, and haven't changed that. Is that going to be the primary?
That's a huge one. Register. In fact, that's the next video I'm going to be doing with Jerry is actually on that.
So how do you essentially cancel your registration to vote?
Oh, there's a lot of ways you can do that. I love that. So which county were you registered to vote in?
I believe San Diego.
Okay, so you can go, in fact, you can go to the Secretary of State's website in California and you can look up where you're registered to vote and then you can cancel it. In many instances, sometimes they may have moved you out of places, but on the whole, you have to cancel it, especially in California. California's a pretty fraudulent state when it comes to hanging on to those voters. You may even have found that you voted. No, you didn't.
Yeah.
Well, you can go to the voters registration office, which is the county office, and there's a form you fill out, and they say, well, why do you want to undo it? It's just that I'm not a resident any longer.
Here's the thing about that I don't like. So here's the way that I look at this, and this is going to be my new campaign. So here I'm gonna set it first. It's huge because here you got this bullshit with Trump or Hillary or whoever. I don't care who it is. Whoever all these crooks that come along, and so only 35% of people are regular voters, and they're a pretty angry bunch. They think all of us should have to get out there and fight for our red or blue team. And I find it to be a very violent act. Instead of us all working together to solve problems, they want to have these little teams that go on. And then you take, there might be one thing that you like about them, but you have to take all the shit that goes with them. And then what you're doing is giving up your right as, to represent yourself. You're asking them to represent you. Like, they're your leaders and you're following them somewhere. We don't know where they're going. I find the whole thing really, really ludicrous. But anyway, canceling out that particular agreement is huge, and I still think registration is a big thing for you. If the car that you was in was last in your name, then your name came up as far as that cop was concerned.
Yeah.
And even if you exported it, I don't care what you did with it at that point, your name comes up with it. What they're looking at. So let's say if I lease a house from you for a year, and then after that year, I don't move out, I continue. It's a month-to-month lease. Understand, registration is renewed every year or whatever not. It is a lease. You are leasing from them. When you don't renew that lease, it's a problem. So
okay.
That's why we use associations. And if you look in that bit.ly/IDP Zoom, you'll find in there how to create these other entities to move it into different things. And
one of the things about this voting thing, they're trying to get people to it be an automatic part of your driver's license and an automatic part of your Social Security number.
Because they need it. And that's where I was going with this.
Because that ties you into residency.
Yeah, but not only that, they need it to validate their own bullshit. They need to be able to say, we're the majority. No, they don't have a majority. I just told you 35% of the people vote regularly. That means 65% of the people don't go for the bullshit every time. And so we need that 65% of the people to actually send in a letter and say, I do not consent to being governed. I do not, agree with the bullshit that's going on. I have no confidence in anybody leading, me or deciding what's in my best interest.
Yeah, they don't even ask me what I care.
Yeah, and that's the big thing. And
I don't give a shit what you think.
Yeah.
We need to let them know what we think, because here's the thing.
Well, didn't we just allow illegal immigrants to vote?
Who cares? Let them participate. They need them to participate because their numbers are dwindling. Exactly what I just said, 35%. They need to show that they have a quorum. They need to show that the majority of the people are participating. That's why election is such a big scheme. They need to kind of show that they have public support. And we need to show them that they don't have public support. And so we need people to actively non-participate, not unactively or non-actively non-participate.
It's because nobody knows that they're McDonald's, and everybody thinks, oh, okay. If somebody told them, hey, you know what, you're voting for the McDonald's president here, like,
exactly.
And I don't want to wear my uniform, so well, since you don't want to wear your uniform, you better give me your whole check.
Yes.
What? It's crazy.
It is crazy. I call them crusty creams or crispy creams. Crusty creams. That's exactly what they're like. It's just, you're absolutely right. They're McDonald's. They are only McDonald's, and you should not be electing somebody for a company that you don't work for. If you're in the federal government or you work for the state, then by all means vote and bring in the guy who you think should be in charge. The rest of us should not be participating in those shenanigans. Anyway.
And they are shenanigans.
And they're shenanigans. They are quite amusing, though.
So how would you say you're a federal resident as opposed to being a California resident or
I love
something?
your question. So listen to this. Here's the funny thing about your question there. You understand that the state resident is a federal resident. All states are
Underneath the state or
under the Buck Act.
Yeah.
They're all federal corporations under the Buck Act. Now think about this. Do you know where the term resident comes from? And Blue, do not say what you think it comes from, because it's not accurate. Actually, the word resident, it means to sit behind the president. President is the word resident with a P in it. He is the chief resident.
The primary.
The primary resident. Yes.
Yeah.
And that's what it's all about. And now you think of all the problems that we have in our lives, they all come from the presidential line. They're all from the executive office. Those are not courts that you're going into. They are not judicial at all. They are all administrative in nature. Our whole grievance comes from the executive branch. They have taken over everything. The cops are all executors. They're all within that branch. So anyway, and just a point of interest, you don't want to be a federal resident either.
Okay.
Here's the thing. Why don't we think of it like this? Why do I have to classify? I can be anything. Like right this second, right now, I am a mother, a girlfriend, a daughter. I'm a preacher. I exist at this very second in many different classifications, and they want me to classify myself as one thing. I have multiple personalities going on at every second of every day.
Uh-oh, don't say that too loud.
Yes. And they bump up with many other personalities too. I don't know anybody who I would classify as just one thing. So
we wear many hats.
We wear many
things.
But all simultaneously sometimes too.
Yeah.
Yeah.
They just want us to wear the wrong hat. If we wear their hat, it comes with a fine and a fee.
Finding a fee. There is a great Lucille Ball. There was a really good I Love Lucy episode where they go to this little town and there's this mayor and his wife. We don't know he's the mayor till right at the end, but those two are running the town and they keep changing their hats. It's the most hilarious I Love Lucy. And right at the end, you know, the woman says, well, I'm the mayor. So she's in charge of everything. But it's very cool. You get a chance to check it out.
I'm kind of in that I'm kind of in that same boat of what, but not as far yet as what he was talking about his license. What happened to me is I actually got pulled over, and when I got pulled over, I told the public officer, you know, she asked me for my license. I said, what would you need that for? I'm not operating in the capacity of a driver at this moment. And then, you know, I didn't expect her to catch on to it. So, you know, I kind of just took the ticket, but she gave me a ticket on the little iPad or whatever she had. And I was like, okay, all right, whatever. So I just, I turned the ticket in, I sent it back like the next day. And then I told her basically, you know, you're causing me harm and you're bringing, you know, bringing false claims against my person, which is the name which I am name holder for. And they ended up, or actually, I ended up putting a notice or two notices in. One saying that I am the people. Do not refer to me as a defendant. Anybody who wants to change paperwork or make me a defendant will accept liability of, along with a notice of appearance. And I filed that with the traffic clerk. And you know, I filed it the last day that I had on the ticket, which, you know, I'm not on the calendar to be in court, and I filed a notice of appearance. I got it stamped. I took it to the DA and I gave them a copy, and then you know, sure as shit, they put it for a you know, failure to appear. So the DMV sent me a letter saying they're going to suspend my license and all that. And then I just went into court, or I went to court this Friday, not into court, but to the clerk. And then you know, I had to wait to talk to the main lady, whatever. And she straight told me, she said, well, you know, you're guilty until you prove yourself innocent. And I said, excuse me?
What country do you live in?
I live in California, you know. This is in West Covina. She said, yeah, she said, yep, you're guilty until you prove yourself innocent. And I said, well, you know, is there you know, is there some kind of something that says that you can't file a notice of appearance? You know, there's nothing that says that, you know, what an appearance actually is, you know. But, you know, I'm thinking about sending a letter because they're going to suspend my license in April. I want to get rid of it altogether, but, you know, I'm not prepared to take that. Well, I don't have everything in line to take that step, all the knowledge to do so with my car. But, you know, I wanted to write a letter to the DMV and tell them, hey, you guys are making a mistake. You know, if you guys suspend my license, you know, because now that I'm an assumed name holder for this entity that, you know, that you issued a driver's license for, you know, if you suspend it, it's going to cause me financial loss, you know. So don't suspend it because I have proof that, you know, I appeared. I obviously have a notice of appearance, so somebody's in the wrong. I mean, do you think that's going to fly? You know, I was wondering if I should even bother doing that, because I got a letter from some chief or some senior administrator saying that, yeah, basically, you know, we sent you, you signed for the ticket, and that's it, you know. But he doesn't know everything that I filed yet, so.
I got to say, you know, I don't use the assumed name. So I've had the assumed name since around 2015 or so, and I don't use it in the same way that I've heard people use it here. So I don't see it in the same vein. I believe in canceling all the contracts, and then they have nowhere to go. Sovereign has actually posted some really good stuff in here. I think he did it privately. I don't know if he can put it out there, but there are some really good points in that. Theoretically, we find, if you think about those points that I listed in California Vehicle Code 516. So if you 516, you got that list. And you'd think that each of those lists would be totally separate, but they're not. They bind you into one layer, which that layer is the in this state layer. And so when you're arguing about jurisdiction, for instance, jurisdiction is not the issue. The first issue to think about is forum, whether you're in the forum state or not. If you're in the forum state, they have freaking jurisdiction. If you're not in the forum state, they don't have jurisdiction.
Define forum state.
Forum
Define
state,
who?
the forum state means in this state. That means if you, and here's the key part, and this is where I disagree with some other people. So the term in this state is defined as, you want to bring that up, Greg?
Yeah.
In the space in and above.
Well,
the
not that
air.
one, just the regular in this state. So I think that's California.
It's in the political state.
It's in the political state, well, it's not just the political, it's in the taxing forum. In California, it's in California Revenue and Taxation Code. It comes up several times. It's in Virginia Code. And what you start to realize, what that means is the federal overlay. So that's what we're looking at. We're looking at the taxing forum, the federal overlay, and how the franchise kind of works in there. Now, here's the key part. It is not a location. It says that it's within the boundaries of the state of California, something like that. What it technically means, here's a good way of me kind of explaining to you, because it's a mental construct. So if, let's say I work for McDonald's and I'm a salesman for McDonald's and I have the Northwest Territory. That's what that means. It doesn't mean that everybody in the Northwest Territory comes under my jurisdiction. What it actually means, or is in my forum, it doesn't mean that at all. It means all those which I have a contract with come, I have control over that group. So it's
Correct.
not exactly a geographical location. It requires both the geographical location and something that binds us together. So some agreement.
See,
So
I'm with you. I'm with you 100% on that, because I don't consider it a geographic, nor do I consider it me. What I do is consider they can have the jurisdiction. However, it's just not me that I feel is in that jurisdiction. It's my person, but a person is not me.
Absolutely, it's not you. But here's the question. Here's how your person gets into their forum. You, and I hate to use that word "you" because "you" is a plural. Lot of meaning, but let's say Ruben walks into the Department of Motor Vehicles, he fills out an application and he signs it. What happens is him and the DMV then create a person. That person will be called Ruben with capital letters. So although we know it's not you in a partnership with the DMV, so that's used to
well, that's what I mean, is that person, that's who I'm the name holder of. So it's not actually a man, but the person that I consider to be in their jurisdiction, not the man in their jurisdiction.
I understood. Who signed the form?
The agent for the person.
And here's the thing: when you sign that form as the agent, and I've seen this a lot with the DMV, how does it appear on your driver's license?
Scribbled.
Yeah, they usually make it so small that you can't see what you actually wrote, like arm's length, without prejudice. I don't care what you wrote. They usually make it so small that you either can't read it or they block out whatever else you added. Right. Very few people actually get through with what they actually wrote, and it's because they're not accepting it as that. And here's the sickening part about that. Now they don't have paper copies. You can't really ask for. Well, I think you probably could get a copy still. I would, if I was you, I would ask for a copy of the application.
Right.
There has to be a copy of the application. You'll find that the copies of the application are worth more than the thing that it created. That's where you're going to start. That I would start with the copy of the application.
All the information you give the DMV is valuable.
Yes.
To them?
Oh, yes.
Yeah, because they sell it.
They sell it, and that's why I don't believe in having that contract with them. And not only do I not believe having that contract with them, I believe you have to cancel it.
That's what I would like to do, but and I'm all for doing it, for the driver's license side, but I don't have enough information yet to do it for my car, because they're gonna suspend my license in April, and I don't think I'm gonna be able to get find a solution.
I would cancel it before April. And as far as your car's concerned, if you go to the bit.ly/, IDP Zoom, you'll find in there how to create the other entities and put your car in an entity. We can do it in a day, you know, it doesn't take long. So you're just going to create an association or something else. And I would register in South Dakota. Here's the thing, how much stress do you need in your life?
I have a lot of stress over this. You know, I've been getting pulled over for the longest time.
Fuck yeah. I think that traffic is the most stressful thing. That's why I did the video, because I think it stresses out everybody. And
we're like sitting ducks on the road. They're predators.
It stops you from being free. You can't go out and do the things you want to do. You can't, you know, go meet people and do things and live. They're freaking killing us. They have us down as deceased persons, and then they kill us by not letting us go anywhere. So
yeah,
I know it sounds incredibly negative, but on so many levels, in the truest sense, on the roads, they truly are predatory. They're freaking predators, just looking for money and bullshit. It's not about public safety.
They sit there hiding.
They're stalking.
They conspire, you know, to defraud us. And so here's the thing. If you go to somewhere like South Dakota, I promise you, it's like $60. It's like, you know, if you've ever dealt with the DMV in California, why the hell do people pay for that shit? I can call up the South Dakota. I can talk to a real person. If I don't send them enough, they'll call me up and tell me, hey, you need to give me this much more. They send me a check for anything. I don't know anybody that's had a bad time there. And believe you me, I know a lot of people that have gone there. I almost like giving them my money.
Jackie, I got the good news up for the friend of mine.
Yeah, it's, you know, I feel like sending Sally a Christmas card. I mean, they're wonderful. They're really helpful, wonderful people. And you don't have to be a resident to have South Dakota plates. They have nomads. They allow people who travel to buy plates. It's the only state that I know of that allows that. So, you know,
is that before or after canceling the license?
Well, it's better. It doesn't matter. You can do it either way. It will allow you to have some freedom in your life. And I'm not going to say this is the objective. This is not the goal. This is a pass through. This will do for now. It is cheaper. Right. You won't have to have registration. I mean, you won't have to have insurance if you don't want it. You won't have to have any, you know, smog. You won't have to stress on, you know, you've got a car sitting there. Here's another thing. Let's say you owe back registration. Let's say you haven't registered your car for 3 years. South Dakota doesn't give a shit. As long as you have the title, they will start fresh right there. But they do need the original title because they will give you a new one.
Yeah, I do have the original title and all that. And, you know, I actually have somebody that I can sell the car to, you know, quote unquote, to get it in somebody else's name. But I'm just.
Here's another thing. See, there you go. Not listening fully. You're going to create an entity that you control. And here's why. Because you're setting you or that other person up for other grief. Anything else happens, they're responsible. You know, all kinds of things start to happen. And I hear this all the time when people put something in somebody else's name. You don't need to. You can create your own entity. You would control it as such. You gift the car to it. And you know,
Can I interject something?
Hold on a second. When a cop pulls up behind you, they don't see you in your name. They see, oh, ABC Association owns it. Oh, and they're registered in South Dakota. I don't see any point in pulling them over, and they move away. That's it. That's all they see. It's so much more relaxed.
One of the things you're trying to do, well, let me rephrase that. One of the things that seems to be the ultimate goal for people who are pursuing this is getting out of the system. Part of getting out of the system is getting into the private. When you create a private association, that's breathing life into a private entity. Then you can take your property and title it in the name or sell it to this private entity that you control. If you understand a little bit about how trusts work, there's 3 people involved. Well, it's a similar thing with associations, but you're doing multiple things. You're securing your property by getting it out of your name and you're putting it into a private entity. How it's handled is a little bit different when it's owned by a corporation or an entity versus a private party. How the cops deal with the vehicle will be different in many respects. Can't say for sure all the time, but you're now breathing life into something that's private. You're putting your vehicle into a private entity. It's no longer owned by you, but you control it. The theory of own nothing, control everything. You can begin to do this with all of your anything that's valuable. You can create multiple. These are strategies that the sophisticated tend to use to secure their stuff. You can secure your vehicle in this capacity and your ass. You can create a private entity that's got the same name that your mama gave you and have the ability to move between the public and the private. So there's a lot of benefits to creating. So which means if what I just said sounds even remotely good,
of course, that sounds great.
Go to that bit.ly link, and you're going to have to spend some time doing the labor, taking in the information to understand how this all goes together and what you can do with it. But I'm doing it.
Yeah, I've actually been searching for information like that. So it's not an issue with me. I've been looking into this this whole deal for years. And this is a big jump for me. So I'm definitely anxious to look that up.
And it's all totally legitimate, and it's separating yourself from the public side. It's establishing yourself you're driving your first stake, so to speak, into the private side.
What you're really doing.
Sorry, I'm sorry. Go ahead, Jackie. Go ahead.
No, it's beautiful. It's perfect. And so what you're doing is you're putting your stuff in a safe spot while you unhook. If you do it the other way around, they will steal your shit.
Yeah.
Literally, if you leave anything sticking out of the water, they grab it. So you want to make sure you put your stuff where in something else, and then we're going to go over this way.
Real quick. The thing with the trust, it has to be titled in somebody's name. With an association, It can be titled by the association itself.
Yes, so you're invisible.
Awesome.
You remain invisible. Okay, go ahead, Moxie.
All right, so I have some good news. A friend of mine, won't name his name, was pulled over, and when the officer pulled him over, he asked him if he had a driver's license, and he said no, and he gave him a registration. Now the car that he was in was registered in his all caps name, and he handed him a IDP. And the cop went back and couldn't find anything on the IDP, which is the International Driver's Permit. Came back with a ticket for speeding, for no front plate, and for driving without a license. He proceeded to tell the officer he was traveling and wasn't driving. He said that was his opinion, and even though he said it twice, he said, okay, fine. So he gave him the ticket. He said, sign here. So he signed on his thumbsit and the name. And then he asked for his keys to the car. And he was like, no way. I'm not giving you my keys. Why would I give you my keys? He goes, well, I can't let you drive off here. So it was a point where he had to decide whether he wanted to be towed or confront the officer further. So he decided to say, hey, listen, if I give you a driver's license, will you not tow my car? And the officer said no. So he gave him a driver's license, and which was in a different state. And he came back, obviously put down the ticket, and then that was the end of the confrontation and that. So I had another friend help me do a special appearance. Sorry, not a special appearance, a trial by declaration. And the results just came back. And here's the scan from the results. This took about I think it happened in August of last year. And you could see when it finally got filed, which is literally like last month. And the results are right here. Case dismissed for lack of prosecution. Bail was ordered exonerated and refunded by the presiding judge. Then here's the second page, and you could see the cop's name and that came from the clerk of the court. So the expectation is they have 60 days to refund the bail amount, which was for $771.
How come that
And-
copy doesn't have a signature on it?
What's that?
How come that copy doesn't have a signature on it?
Good question. I don't know. Good
They
question.
think they don't have to sign shit.
Well, doesn't the
So-
judge's, I'm just curious, doesn't the judge's signature make that like live and actionable or active, or no?
Technically not. And the judicial officer, usually that would just be the clerk anyway at this point.
Ah,
Yeah.
But,
But a digital signature applies. So they sent this as a
Yeah.
notice. I didn't, this is what they sent to me. So not me, but my friend.
Your friend. And I remember your friend at the
if
time.
your friend gets a check, I guess you'll know.
Yeah, the Trump
Yeah, right.
declaration.
So what I could put in the chat, Jackie, is it okay if I share what my friend gave me to, not me, but my other friend?
Sure. Yeah. So trial by declarations work really well, and one of the reasons that they work is because the cops usually don't respond in time, and so you have a failure to prosecute. In this particular case, we went for the trial by written declaration because of the situation of the out-of-state driver's license. So, and it really doesn't matter what you say. Oh, is that? That's so funny. Yeah, I usually do like these really weird stuff. Informal request. I mean, no, it's a request for informal discovery. I usually do another one too, which is I do a list of interrogatories, and I ask, what drugs does your wife take or whatever. I like to ask the cops that, where do you live?
Yes.
You ask the cops what drugs their wife does?
Their wife takes, yeah. Antidepressants, you can assume.
They didn't want to answer. They didn't want to answer any of these questions for sure.
Hey, Jackie.
Go ahead.
Yeah. On the dismissal, I've heard over time that dismissals are not final. They can call you back. It's just like if you're in the military and you're dismissed, that's only temporary until they call you back. But if you're discharged, it's permanent.
I think I've heard that too. The discharge is different.
Do you see this as being a liability for Moxie's friend?
Technically speaking, ever since 1972, it's very difficult to get a discharge. Discharges have been made illegal under the Clean Water Act. I have. And water is, imagine, water is commerce. The flow of water, the navigable waters of the United States is all about commerce.
We're admiralty.
Yeah. So, and traffic is admiralty, comes under the rivers of tar. And so, yeah, discharges, it used to be kind of commonplace. It's a lot harder to get discharges. In terms of them coming back, generally speaking, a DA has a year and a day to file. If they don't file within a year and a day, then they can't come back. And in this particular case, in traffic, I think they have 60 days. So,
Are there some cases where they may file again and you not know about it?
not in the case where a dismissal has been issued.
Okay.
That's I've never seen that. Although in civil I see it kind of a lot if it's not dismissed with prejudice, right? I mean, you can come back again, although it's kind of rare. But
hey, Jackie, I had a case discharged once. Actually, it was the first time I ever got in any kind of serious trouble.
And when was that? And do you have a copy of it?
2010 or 2011. And it was, what happened is I was, without trying to, well, anyway, I was turning into a parking lot of a Lowe's. There was a cop who was coming out of the parking lot onto the street that I was turning off of. I didn't see him immediately because there was this tall wall there. But as I was turning into the parking lot, so I was just running over to grab something real quick and go home, and I didn't have my seatbelt on or anything. So as soon as I saw the cop, like a dummy, I pulled my seatbelt down, and it attracted his attention. And he never left the parking lot. He turned around on the parking lot and then followed me on the parking lot and arrested me or pulled me over. And then my registration was expired And so at first he didn't notice it, then he noticed it, and then he was like, I'm going to impound your car. And I got all upset because that was in my early days of being all upset with the system, and I was going to make my stand. And I told him to bring the Sarge over. And anyway, long story short, the stupid sergeant who I'd actually had a phone conversation with about their dumb DUI checkpoints earlier, so he knew who I was. He said, you can leave without your car because it's being impounded, or you can get arrested. So in this just fit of dumbness, I decided to just go towards my car to get in my car and lock myself in it or something. And they arrested me. And so they had me in the back of the police cruiser with the ticket in my pocket, in my front pocket, and I was cuffed. And they were having this powwow a few feet ahead of the car. I couldn't really hear what they were saying, but they were kind of like, it seemed like there was something serious. And there was like two, I guess, senior officers questioning the cop who pulled me over. And so the one cop comes over, reaches into the window, pulls the ticket out for the original offense, which was driving without a seatbelt. That's why he pulled me over. And he said, we're rescinding this ticket for lack of I forget what he said. Lack of proper evidence or something like that. And I said, what? And he said, we're rescinding this ticket for lack of whatever. And I said, and I thought about it. I'm like, well, they just destroyed their whole fucking case. They had no reason to arrest me in the first place then. And so this whole thing was, basically, I figured out that was my way out of this. And so a month later, when I got to court, I didn't have to say a word. My name was called. The judge said, your case has been discharged. And I said, okay. And it was like, they didn't say anything else really. It was just like, do I get any paperwork or anything? And she's like, no. And I was like, all right. And I just turned around and left. And that was that. And I can only surmise that it was because when the cop pulled me over, he was on a private parking lot that wasn't subject to that particular aspect of the vehicle code.
I've been pulled over on private parking lots before, and I don't, I'd have to see the paperwork, but I don't see how you're going to get a complete discharge, and especially if I can't read it, then I can't see what happened.
Well, I mean, what else do you need to know?
The only time that we see the word discharge would be in bankruptcy, and that's kind of the weird thing that I'm
okay. Well, that's the thing. The judge specifically used the term discharge.
Yeah, and that's, without pieces of paper that kind of shows that, it's kind of hard for me to kind of look at that and see what went on. I like to collect, I collect, for instance, when they put a lien on me for my trash bill, I went and purchased every lien that I could find for my entire street. There were 17 houses on my street. And when my kids came home, there was like 100 liens all over the floor. And I study them. I look at them all, and I look at the differences, and I look at what's going on. And then I can kind of work out, for instance, I did work out that I was actually being charged more than other people on our street for the same service. So, I like to study. I'm very much into statistics. And
right.
So,
no,
yeah,
I totally understand. I can dig up that paperwork, but the thing
that would be good if you can dig it up, because that would be the first time I would have seen that. And all the evidence we've had is from 1972, which shows that discharges happened quite a lot before then, but since then it's been a very rare case. And it's the same thing with discharging debt. Discharging debt was easier before 1972 than it was after 1972. That goes for school loans, that goes for all other types of debt. Title 10, Title 7, there was other debts kind of used. I think that's Title 7, I know Title 10. But anyway, those kind of loans were easier to discharge prior to 72.
Well, I just wanted to say, in this case, keep in mind that the cops did take the ticket back. They discharged the ticket effectively. So when I went to court, there was like, they took me to jail. They booked me. I ended up getting bailed out. My wife at the time bailed me, got me bailed out. and it ended up being at like, you know, some ungodly hour in the morning. So I just walked home. But when I, you know, I had a court date and everything, but when I showed up, the judge said it was discharged. So
Did you sign the ticket?
I didn't. So the cop was okay. So he was starting to write up the ticket. He went to look at my plate to get the license and everything. And I remember I backed into the stall specifically because my registration was expired. But he went behind the truck and started looking at it, and he wrote down the license, and he started walking away. And then all of a sudden he like, you know, a gear turned in his head, and he walked back and looked at it, and he goes, "Oh, I just realized your registration's expired." And so up until that point, he was just going to write me a ticket for seatbelt. And that's when he said, "I'm going to have to impound your car." And that's when I got angry that I was going to, you know, get my property stolen over something so stupid, when I was just there to grab, you know, like 2 screws or something, and it's like my whole day was being ruined. Anyway, so that I ruined it myself, of course. But anyway, that's okay. So he started writing the ticket, then it escalated to the "I'm going to impound your car." I never signed the ticket. No, I'm sorry. I was trying to remember because it's been a while ago. But no, I don't believe I ever actually signed the ticket because it never got to that point.
Okay, I had a similar experience where I did not sign a ticket, but I was just on the street, stores, and some guy got upset, and so the cop came, and I didn't say a single word to the cop. Like, I was totally mute. He had to drag my limp body into his cruiser. I didn't, you know, like, I was like inanimate, and they, you know, locked me up in their headquarters, and I didn't sign anything, and I was there for probably 5 hours, and then they had a conversation that I could partially overhear, and then the cop that brought me in, it like started to get extremely upset and swearing very loudly, and I'm pretty sure it was because I didn't sign the ticket. There's like, it was just blank, but they took me into custody, and I think that created some issues for them, like basically that I was kidnapped, right?
You probably had grounds to sue.
Yeah, I think I do several times over.
False imprisonment, false
Yeah,
kidnapping.
yeah. Not only
Yeah, that was
that,
my mistake, was not pursuing it. I absolutely had a case, and I just, for whatever dumb reason, was just.
yeah. Yeah, I mean, they even kicked me out in the middle of winter, in the middle of the night, like with no. It was like well far below zero, and you know, like I don't even know if I had like a coat for that, but I would sue them. I just don't know the procedure, you know. Otherwise, like, that'd be awesome.
That's kind of like what I wanted Rich Iverson to kind of focus on, because he was once picked up, and I think he had his bicycle with him anyway. He was taken for a ride around in a cop car, and he did sue him, and he did win. And
Yeah, $10,000.
Yeah, but you know, when it came, I tried to clarify from him and get the procedure. There is a claim form that you can file. I think it's under Government Code 990 or something. And
he really just followed from what he explained to me, he just followed
the procedure for the claim.
Yeah,
It comes under government code. He just followed the procedure. And then when they tried to kind of shoo him away, he was kind of very adamant about, you know, following up on it. And yeah, it was kind of interesting. Other people I know have not had that kind of luck. So I really did want to see kind of the way he did it, but he wasn't able to share that.
What he told me is that, I mean, basically it sounds like, you know, most of the story, and then he, you know, they started negotiating with them. At first they offered him, I think, $500 or something like that.
Yeah.
He said no, and then, but I mean, I don't think there was anything particular that he did. It was just a matter of navigating the process and then being a hard negotiator.
Well, I know other people. I mean, I filed actually several of those claims, and that's why I was kind of interested in the way it worked out for him, or like seeing what he'd written kind of is important. Again, we have to look at statistics and look at what's going on. But I know people have been pretty grievously injured and not been able to get anywhere with their claim. They usually deny it straight off the bat. Yeah, and then it could have been that he did his at the right time. They do learn by what they do, and they do kind of group together and find other ways of dealing with stuff. And the law does move on. So maybe he did it at a particularly good time when the law was just ripe. But a lot of people I know who've been really, I've seen some really terrible injuries that people have sustained, either by code enforcement and police, and they're pretty much just completely told their claim is denied. So
was it denied because of just they ruled it's denied, or was it a procedural thing?
No, usually they deny it. So you get sent a letter that says, if they deny it within so many days, you then have so many days to file in court. And pretty much every person I know that's ever filed one always gets denied, and we always have to go to court. That's just the way it goes. So for some reason, and it's hard without seeing the facts. I've heard Rich describe what happened, but without seeing what he wrote in there and what their response was, it's kind of hard to know. And then again, it could be just the era was right, the timing was right. So,
one of the things that's important, I believe, that everybody should grip on is that anytime they say anything, I don't care what it is, you object to it, because you got to get it on the record, and you have to voice everything on the record. If you do not voice it on the record, when they go to the book, they say, well, there's nothing there. So you have to voice not just what you've written, but you have to say it aloud. So if you have to take your whole freaking brief or your discovery or whatever, you have to read it into the record. But objecting to everything gives you a chance at appeal. But if you don't have it in your objections, then you have no chance of appeal.
All right. Okay, Rex, you have your hand up, Rex.
Hey, what's up?
Have you heard anything back?
No, I haven't heard anything. That's one reason why I want to talk. I want to see if you'd heard anything back from the DMV via your letter.
Nothing. Haven't had anything back from the DMV as yet.
Oh, okay. Shoot. Well, that's. Is there anything? Aside from me sending a letter about the charges being dropped, is there anything else you think I should do at this point?
No. So in Rex's case, the charges were dropped and they still got his motorcycle. This is, kind of ridiculous.
Well, the thing is that, they know that, I think they know that it's underhanded, because there's no way that towing company has a legit contract with federal law enforcement, which would be the VA police, the way they do with local law enforcement. And so, I think, I don't know, exactly, but it seems like they're just trying to circumvent, the fact that there's no way they can have that contract in place the way they do with state law enforcement.
So and there's another case that we've come across recently. It appears that we're stepping on toes of people who are in some sort of conspiracy. And I think in your situation, it's the same sort of thing from what you're saying. So they don't have a proper contract, and it seems like they're just going out together stealing stuff. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. And so now with us making noise, it's kind of like causing them problems.
Right. Well, you said the guy contacted you and said that
he did.
That said that the DMV probably wouldn't let him sell my bike, which of course.
Yeah.
So, anyway, and I wanted to ask you too about, I want to get this, I still haven't gotten my foreign trust set up, which I very badly need to do. But I had when you were talking earlier in the meeting about, figuring out how to do your work as a contract person, I actually had an opportunity come up where, some friends of mine who work in the entertainment industry are talking about, he wants me to start my own LLC so that they could hire me on as a contractor to be stunt coordinator on some movie projects.
Okay, and so LLC, because there's you want to limit the liability because it's in stunt, right?
Right.
Okay, that's really easily done. So we can create the foreign trust. Actually, you probably want to have like a little partnership going on in that. So maybe a second party LLC, like a limited partnership member.
Who are you think? I mean, like, I mean, what were you thinking as far as who a partner would be?
Whoever you want, and that way what happens is that you would use two trusts, and so those would be the partners in there, and then basically once the LLC is paid, then that gets divided up between the partners, the two trusts. Yeah, it works very well. Give us a call and we'll discuss some strategies for you. So,
okay, so you want me to maybe give you a call tomorrow?
Yeah, give us a call tomorrow and we'll work out. Yeah, so there won't be any tax liability for either one of them. I would even say, because it's in the movie business, it's always nice to have a foundation underneath. That way the foundation is able to receive, charitable contributions from both the trusts. And that, here's the thing that's like one of the issues is the IRS loves Hollywood. They really do scrutinize Hollywood, and they expect people there to pay. So, the layering is kind of, quite important because it is scrutinized. It's like going to the casino, the IRS literally sits there.
Right.
Gotta love them. But
right.
Yeah, give me a call tomorrow and we'll go over some plans for you.
Okay, and just last question quickly is, that I still have that other bike that's kind of been sitting in limbo.
Okay.
At this point, since that's another case where the parking ticket that they towed it on, which was incorrect in the first place, I got that reversed.
Yeah,
and,
you're amazing. You do really well. And somehow you seem to keep falling in the shit.
Yeah. So.
Yeah, I see it too, Rex. I see it too.
Yeah, right. So I'm wondering what if anything should I do at this point about my other bike? Is that wasn't towed by the VA? That was a USC parking official.
Yeah. So how would you feel about moving that bike into South Dakota? As long as you have the correct title, I would move it.
I don't have the title for that. That's the problem.
Why don't you have the title?
It's a long story. I can tell you when I talk to you.
All right, let's discuss it, because it's kind of important to have the title. Otherwise, I don't see how we're going to do it, because so remember, moving the title, guys, moves the jurisdiction, and that's the important thing. Once you move the title, the jurisdiction follows where the title is. So, moving it out of this state is kind of important. And every other state is in this state except South Dakota, which doesn't apply to the residency layer. So.
Okay. Well, yeah. When, do you have a good time? Want me to try to call you or anything?
What day is it tomorrow? Oh, it's Wednesday. Tomorrow afternoon is better, but I know your timing is kind of sometimes off. If you text me, I won't get the text. For some reason, my phone doesn't tell me when someone texts me. So I would say call me after 12 if you can. If it's before 12, I would call Ken. If you can't get hold of me, call Ken.
Okay. And when's the next in-person meeting?
The following Wednesday, I believe. Second and fourth Wednesday.
Second and fourth Wednesday?
Yes.
All right, cool. All right, well, thanks, Jackie.
All right, then. Take care.
All right, thanks.
Hello, Jackie.
Yes, go ahead, Arthur.
Thank you. To what extent did you say that South Dakota is an exception? Because I've been studying South Dakota because of the latest so-called sales tax decision, and I had some very interesting comments, if you can handle them. About
sure. And it's interesting that you would say that, because we've looked at South Dakota for the other elements and we don't see it as a good place. But in terms of registration of cars, they've applied an exception for that, where you do not have to be a resident of the state. They allow people who are non-residents to register. And so to us, that is an acceptable layer.
That's interesting, because you see that that state is mentioned. In fact, it's the primary plaintiff, South Dakota versus Wayfair et al. And it has to do with the last year in June, the Supreme Court made a ruling that everyone was waiting for, but frankly, I find it virtually meaningless. And the essence of it is that it allows sales tax in one state to, it allows a retailer in one state to collect sales tax in other states. But since you and I know, I think you know, that the sales tax only applies to certain sales on federal areas, it would have very little bearing, lawfully speaking, because most people don't sell to an Indian reservation. And that is one of the rare, the federal exceptions on which to which the sales tax applies in California. Those legal beagles out there, that would be Title 18:1616. And the title is significantly federal areas.
I have something that can.
And so when you said in the state does not apply to South Dakota, I beg to differ, because they have only one definition of in the state and in the state, whereas California has a dozen or more. And I cite that in my recent emails to eBay, which I'm writing in behalf of a lady friend who wishes to buy and sell on eBay without the scam, as she wisely calls it, of sales tax.
Absolutely. Yeah, it's South Dakota is kind of interesting because, you know, we were hoping that the whole layer would be, you know, that maybe there'd be other benefits there. Maybe you could even have a driver's license and not be a resident, but no, it's only in terms of the registration. So thank you for pointing that out. But yeah, you know, in terms of registration, you don't have to be in this state. In fact, they have a really nice little affidavit that they put out, which says, you know, I am not a resident of this state or any state of the United States. And yeah, they actually have, there's an option that you can file that.
That is curious. However, let me say that I analyzed the Supreme Court case in a very unique fashion. I noticed that the reporter of, keep forgetting the title, Decisions, is a woman for the first time since 1791. She was the deputy reporter of Decisions earlier. And in the 4-page syllabus or summary of that case, she mentioned the phrase "in the state" 5 times. In the justice's opinion, which was 23 pages, that phrase was only mentioned incidentally in 3 times. So I think she is deliberately trying to call attention to the rare person like myself who can discern it, that the decision meant virtually nothing. I could send you something on it if you like, because I've detailed it nicely.
Sounds great. So right now I'm looking at this residence, this permit, this affidavit that South Dakota puts out. It's not the general one that we usually look at, but in this one it says, affidavit with no residence in South Dakota. It says, we hereby certify that I'm applying for a temporary permit to operate an ATV or UTV with the following stipulations. 1, I do not have a South Dakota driver's license to support this permit. I am providing my out-of-state address from my out-of-state driver's license. A copy of my out-of-state driver's license is attached. I do love their wording. They had another one that said, like I said earlier, I am not a resident of South Dakota, nor of any state of the United States, something like that. It was really interestingly written. So, but yeah, it only applies for their registration. So they allow people who are termed nomads.
I have a poster right now, Jack.
Okay, good. You have? Oh, I can see it.
But Jackie, you said they need a driver's license?
No, actually, when we do ours, no, here's the one that this one right here, you know, again, there's varying degrees. There's no one size fits everybody. So when we first started doing this, a friend of mine, heard what I said and they jumped to South Dakota, but they didn't put it into an association first. So when they contacted South Dakota, South Dakota said, we need this affidavit, the one you're seeing on the screen. He needed to fill this out. And you can see right here, it says, I do not have a South Dakota driver's license, and I do not maintain a resident post office address in South Dakota or any other United States jurisdiction. And because I do not maintain a resident's post office address in South Dakota or any other United States jurisdiction, the address I have provided with my South Dakota application for title and registration is strictly for mail forwarding purposes. Now, to us, that was an acceptable layer. We didn't see much of a problem with that, and in fact, that wording we use on a lot of documents since that came up. I mean, that was a great, wording basically. So we actually use that for quite a few things. Anyway.
Does that notary public have to be from South Dakota?
No, it does not. And because you're outside South Dakota, and when you obtain title and registration in an entity, so let's say you put it in an association, you do not need to fill one of those out. So, but in terms of status, that to us had a much better status than you having, so it's not just your status as such as that we look at forum. So if you have a residence, then that to us is a problem. That's the first thing we see as something that they can grab and attach. But hey, Salem has had his hand up for a while. His hand must be getting tired. Go ahead, Salem.
Well, I was going to say on that, that's, that wording is really interesting. It's almost like they know how it works.
Yes. Isn't that funny?
Yeah, because it's saying in order to do what they're doing, which is giving you this nomad registration status, they would have to, not have you have a residence in any United States jurisdiction. And it's interesting that they specifically say, yeah, even though you provide a U.S. address, we're just going to, consider it for mailing purposes only. So it's really interesting that they would do that.
Yes.
But,
and that goes back to, like I was saying, like the times I've gone to the hospital, I just say I don't have a residence address. It's really important. They usually tie you to two things. They tie you to a number and they tie you to an address, or two of three things. So in other words, if you've got a name, a number, and an address, they can pretty much make sure that it is you. But there's many people with the same name as you. And there's only one, though, that has the same name. There could be two with the same name and address. You could have a father and son at the same place, for instance. But, once you've tied down the number and the name, then they've pretty much got you. So those are the things we avoid.
Would it surprise you if I told you my brother has a California driver's license with an Arizona address on it?
Yes, that would really surprise me.
So it surprised me, too. So yes. You guys were, excuse me, briefly talking about something similar, and it reminded me of that. He had this snafu where he moved to Arizona, but because he lost his Social Security number, so he couldn't apply for an Arizona driver's license. They wouldn't take his California driver's license, which was still valid, and he lost his green card because he's not a citizen. He's not a U.S. citizen, but he's had a green card since he arrived here, like when he was 2. And so he can't find that either. And he would have had to go through like this whole rigmarole to get it all up to date and everything, and get a new copy and all that. And I hadn't talked to him. I was trying to help him out, figure out what he needed to do. And then I talked to him a few days ago after about a month or more. And he's like, oh yeah, I just, California let me renew my license with my Arizona address. And I'm like, what? That was like very strange. So I was wondering if that's something that was normal or not, because it doesn't sound like it to me. Anyway, I wanted to bring up something that's pertinent to what Arthur was talking about. Arthur, by the way, I don't know if you remember me, if you're still on. We spoke several years ago. I used to be in Livermore, and we talked about Rich Iverson, and I told you about his sales tax stuff. Anyway, I don't know if you remember, but hello, it's been a while. Regarding he brought up the taxes not being applicable to Indian territory, and in my recent studies, I came across a interesting opinion of the Attorney General of California, and you've probably
Sorry,
seen.
not applicable. They are applicable under certain circumstances in Indian reservations. And I'm stretching over the kitchen counter to reach this because I'm making dinner. So if you have a question, make it a simple answer for me.
All right. Well, no, I'm going to go into something that addresses that actual issue.
I do remember
So-
Rich Iverson. I originally received a wonderful collection of court cases, and in every case, so to speak, where the plaintiff won who did not originally agreed to paying sales tax, he won the case, but never ever does do any of the court cases mention the venue, which is only certain federal areas. And that's why I'm struggling with eBay in behalf of my friend in Chico, California, whom I met over the radio, incidentally. So she may have a lawful purchase or sale without the scam, as she says, of sales tax. Because I taught her that years ago, and I made her brave, she says.
All right. Well, let me go into this. So this has to do with, if you don't familiar with these opinions, it's basically the Attorney General is asked to give an opinion, and it's under a part of the government code. They are, if you're a certain, if you hold a certain office, like if you're a sheriff or if you're a Secretary of State or the governor or something like this, there's a class of officers of the government. It's not open to the public, unfortunately, but they can request that the Attorney General give them a legal conclusion on a question. And so in this case, the question submitted to Bill Lockyer, and this opinion was issued on in 2006. The question was, are California motor vehicle registration and driver's license requirements subject to enforcement against Indian tribal members on roads within their Indian reservation? So I want to kind of read through the whole thing, but I'm going to skip to the pertinent parts. The conclusion, as you can see here, it says the California motor vehicle registration and driver's license requirements are not subject to enforcement against Indian tribal members on roads within their Indian reservation. And so it comes down to whether or not the activity involved meets the test that has been established for whether certain laws apply to Indian casinos. And that's this decision here, California versus Cabazon, California versus Cabazon Band of Mission Indians, 1987. So in this case, which, let's see, I guess it went to the Supreme Court. So the Supreme Court basically said, the court has consistently recognized that Indian tribes retain attributes of sovereignty over both their members and their territory. It is clear, however, that state laws may be applied to tribal Indians on their reservations if Congress has expressly so provided. And so then in this Public Law 280, Congress expressly granted 6 states, including California, jurisdiction over specified areas of Indian country within the states and provided for the assumption of jurisdiction by their states. So, and then there's a test. Let's see.
Question: Is there a distinction?
Sure.
Is there a distinction being made there between federal Indian reservations and tribal lands? Be careful on that.
I'm not sure. I don't think so. I don't remember that being a specific issue that came into it. Most of this dicta, I guess you could say right here, has to do with bringing up the whole, discussing this whole Public Law 280, which is how they determine whether, it says right here, accordingly, when a state seeks to enforce a law within an Indian reservation under the authority of Public Law 280, It must be determined whether the law is criminal in nature and thus fully applicable to the reservation under Section 2, or civil in nature and applicable only as it may be relevant to private civil litigation in state court. So they're making this distinction between whether it's a criminal in nature or civil in nature, right? So that's important to keep that in mind.
Civil.
Now, this specifically has to do with traffic enforcement of the California Vehicle Code on Indian tribal land in California. So whether there's a federal question as to whether it's federal Indian land or tribal Indian, I don't know. So anyway, it goes on to say, here we are concerned with the application of particular California statutes that require a motor vehicle to be registered and require the operator of a motor vehicle to have a valid driver's license. So specifically, they get at the core ones here, 4,000, which has to do with registration. You know, so they talk about they republish 4,000A1 here, which basically says no person may drive a car unless it's registered. And then 12,500, and they state, you know, all the parts of 12,500, which is driving without, you know, no person may drive a motor vehicle upon a highway unless they're licensed. Now,
well, this thing's all flawed with deceptive language in here, and it's not being addressed at all, like the subject of motor vehicle, the subject of person.
Well, hold on, because that's not what I'm trying to. You can look at it at that level, but that would be missing, I think, what's more important to see here, which is what it comes down to is the activity being regulated, if I were to summarize it. So
absolutely, it's common.
That's what they're saying.
That's what traffic means. Traffic actually means.
Hold on, but okay, right. So if we continue looking at this, you're going to see that this is actually a really interesting decision because, or you know, at least opinion of the Attorney General, because it kind of reveals what's the operation behind the curtain some way. Since neither Section 4,000 nor 12,500 is concerned with offering Indians a forum to settle disputes among themselves, and that's in quotes because that's from the that's basically one of the criterion for deciding whether a law applies to an Indian reservation and therefore can be applicable to them. We need not consider the possible application of California's civil adjudicatory powers for purposes of Public Law 280. Instead, the primary issue to be resolved is whether Sections 4,000 and 12,500 constitute criminal statutes that may be applied to tribal Indians on Indian reservations pursuant to the grant of authority contained in Public Law 280. To answer that question, we must apply the test set forth in California versus Cabazon Band of Mission Indians. And then, so it says right here, if the intent of a state law is generally to prohibit certain conduct, it falls within Public Law 280's grant of criminal jurisdiction. But if the state law generally permits the conduct at issue subject to regulation, okay, so it permits the conduct at issue subject to regulation, i.e. using your car in the roadway, it must be classified as civil or regulatory. And Public Law 280 does not authorize its enforcement on an Indian reservation. Are you guys following along so far, or where I'm getting at with this? See, it's making this test on the Indian reservations as to whether or not this 4,000 and 12,500 have to do with criminal activity, and they're determining that
civil.
Right, as far as it applies through this, granted through this Public Law 280, which has to do with you know, jurisdiction, federal jurisdiction, and all this stuff, or whether that federal law grants public or the states to apply their codes to the Indian reservations. But the idea here is that they're considering 4,000 and 12,500A to be civil in effect, right? So the Cabazon test for distinguishing between a criminal law and a civil regulatory law for purposes of Public Law 280 has been applied in a variety of situations. And it goes on to mention that. Here we note that a violation of Section 4,000 is an infraction punishable by a fine of not more than $250. A violation of Section 12,500 is a misdemeanor, but it may be treated as an infraction. and does not include a mandatory fine or jail sentence. And then there's this little comment here, penalty for violating section 12500 is not substantial and statute has no recidivist provisions. And now that reminds me, and remind me to bring this up in a second, but I could have swore I saw something, it might be in here, that says that after the third, it might be a footnote actually in here, it says after the third citation for 12500, the court can just dismiss it in the interest of justice. And that's like 12503 or something like. I'll remind me about that. It might be in here anyway. We believe that sections 4000 and 12500 are civil regulatory laws, not criminal laws, for the purposes of Public Law 280. So that's sort of the caveat there, why you can't really just go in there and be like, oh, right here's where the Attorney General says, or the Attorney General says right here. They're civil, but it's, you can, if you dig into the test of Public Law 280 and see what standards apply, and see if they apply to, let's say us or people, whatever you want to, if there's an analogous situation there, then this would apply for certain. But just on the face of it, it tends to lend credence to the idea that these are civil, as opposed to criminal. And so when we're, that's why they say, like, I've been to court on something I got arrested for, and I was fighting it. And this is when Rich was with me, and we filed a motion, and or I asked the judge, what kind of venue or what kind of court is this? What kind of jurisdiction? I forget what the question was. And he says, well, it's quasi-criminal. And I finally got him to say quasi-criminal. And Rich was like super excited about that, because it was like one of the few times he actually, because he heard it himself one time, I guess. But anyway, the idea is that it's not quite criminal. It's civil. And here in this whole opinion is basically explaining that. So let me see if I can just, I think that's maybe the gist of it. There might be some more interesting stuff in here.
Well, Celine, what does that mean to you when it's civil? What does that mean to you?
Well,
civil means
there's
it's
two
contract.
layers to this.
It means it's about contracts. It's about, there's a contract somewhere. That's what civil has to do with. It's always about business.
Oh, yeah, right.
And that's what you have to focus in on. So the question is, were you in business? Or, I mean, I don't know what the purpose of this showing this is about. I'm just defining.
Well, right. I mean, that's what I was, that's ultimately where this was leading in terms of like how I'm looking at this. It's like, well, the first thing is to get them to admit how, or get it on the record that this is clearly a civil thing. It's a commercial transaction. This is not some criminal bullshit, because there's no harm or injury involved, right? So then once that's established, then it's like, okay, well, what is this contract based on? Et cetera, et cetera. You can go from there and get them to force them to, prove that you're acting under the agency or the person or whatever the hell, they're charging. So I think this is an interesting case or interesting opinion that, like I said, it really, without saying it directly, indirectly says that these charges are in fact civil. So then that kind of leads to, all right, so if I'm on the road, and like the perfect case is the one I'm going through right now, where I was at a stop and I was in a car that had expired tags on it, and a CHP pulled up next to me and saw that, and that's why he pulled me over. It was just strictly for the tag issue. There was no moving violation or anything. So what was the activity being regulated here? What was the activity being, was it criminal? Okay, was me just being at a stop sign with an expired tag harming somebody to the extent that it's a criminal offense? I don't think so. So he was clearly regulating an activity. Okay, so what activity was he regulating? And was I required to be licensed for that activity? And was my car, because it displayed tags with expired tags, what does that mean? Does that mean I'm automatically in some sort of regulated activity versus some unregulated activity? I mean, there's kind of like, to me, there's three layers here.
Hey,
There's the
Salam.
private layer of I'm just in my, yeah.
Salam, I just read something the other day that something that violates public policy is criminal. So if
Yeah, I heard that earlier.
if you're violating public policy, no matter what it is, whether it's an infraction or whatever, it's considered criminal.
So you have to determine what is the public policy.
in my estimation, there's two levels of criminal. There's true criminal. Like I stuck a knife into somebody's stomach or shot somebody dead, criminal. And then there's, oh, you had a license plate with an expired tag in public on the roads, criminal. That's civil, man. That's what this opinion right here is saying.
Yeah,
this opinion is basically admitting that
what they're doing is they're applying equity with criminal penalties.
Injuring someone.
Yeah, I've read a lot of stuff on.
Injuring someone is a tort? That's a question.
Oh, is injuring somebody a tort? Yeah, I mean, there's a civil aspect. If you stab somebody, there's a public criminal offense that's going to be charged and prosecuted, and then also you can sue that guy civilly to compensate for injury and lost time and work and blah 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 and medical bills, etc.
Okay, so it'd be a crime and a tort.
Well, it's a crime because it's a public offense. It's a violation of public policy, right? There's two layers here. So going back to being on the road, there's three layers I see there. There's the layer of regulating commerce. There's the layer of regulating the safety of the roadways, and then there's the layer of I'm not in this state. I'm not even subject to the regulation that the state is obligated to apply to the roadways. And is that even that's my thought right now? Is that even a valid thought, or is that a layer?
So
is that a valid layer?
What you have to do in your discovery is address each issue individually with what it is are the patterns and practices, and how do you substantiate the rules or regulations that qualify whatever the particular thing is, whether it's this civil or criminal or tort or whatever. So you have to address each one individually, because what they'll do is they'll gloss over the whole thing and they'll just put it into one package, and it's not one package. There's a lot of things that are broken there, not to speak of doing extortion by trying to get you to play this game.
Yeah, I don't know what tack they're taking so far. I think they're still testing me to my resolve, because the judge keeps questioning my special appearance. He keeps saying you're appearing specially for yourself. I'm like, yeah. I said, okay. And he keeps, they keep
do you have your power of attorney yet?
I'm sorry?
Do you have the power of attorney yet? Registered, or recorded?
No.
If you haven't got that, they're not going to give you any credence whatsoever. That's the whole point. I keep pushing that for people, is if you don't have power of attorney, you have no authority to be in the courtroom, even special or any other way.
I can record that. I can record that in the case then, if that's what you think I should do. I mean, it's not a.
Well, yeah, you have to go you got to go file your power of attorney in the county records.
Is that a recordable document according to California?
There is a appropriate way to do that, and it's pretty extensive in a certain sense of the word, but you got to make sure you got everything covered in it. And that's what I just got Jackie and Ken to do theirs. They just did theirs again because they couldn't do it the first time, and I've done mine for quite a while.
I could just as easily record that into this case. It's a public record.
It's like a codicil to which you're offering here, where you have your authority. Because that's what you have to do, state your affidavit, right? So the affidavit includes.
Well, there you go. I can offer that to the DA. I mean, I've opened a dialogue with the DA. What happened was, it's actually kind of funny. Well, it wasn't funny. It was just, well, there was a funny component to it. When I showed up in court, I'm waiting for my case. It's 8:30. I look at my phone and I have an email notification. So I decided to look at it, and it's from the DA. And I opened up the email real quick, and it's 8:11. She sent it at 8:11, and I was in court at 8:30. So I was on the road. So I had a totally illegitimate excuse already, having not heard from her, because I sent her a email earlier last week saying, hey, I forget what questions I asked her. It basically just had to do with jurisdiction or whatever. Anyway, so she responded back with some bullshit offer, saying probation and this, that, and the other thing. And she gave me two different options. It was just, she was just like, I don't know if she's just playing along or if they're just, again, testing my resolve. I don't know what. But
You're not the liable party. That's the beginning of it. You're not the liable party. The entity is.
Right. Well, that's okay. So that's what I'm trying to establish. Each time I go in there, I establish that, I'm not there representing any other person or whatever.
Stated on the record. I'm just here. Stated in the record, not just in the paperwork. He's a free jurist.
All right. Well, there's no record right now because it's all just, they claim it's recorded. That the judge said last time it's, these hearings are recorded.
Well, then go down to the recorder's office and get a docket from the case as it is. And there should be a complete printout of it. And in that docket, you'll know what they got and what they don't have. Because if it's not on the docket, it ain't in the case.
Yeah, well, okay, so check this out. So at the hearing, I'm like, perfect, I can just use this to buy more time, because at this point, one of my side strategies is they've already started the clock because they've entered a plea of not guilty on my behalf, right? So, or the one of the commissioners has. This was like 3 weeks ago. So I'm like, okay, cool. I can probably buy maybe another week on this. So when judge calls my case up, the judge asked me if I had a chance to talk to the DA or whatever. I said, well, I only just got an email this morning on my way over to court. And so I haven't really had a chance to look at it. And the DA piped up and said, yeah, Your Honor, I wasn't able to get back to Mr. Ismail until this morning. And I sent it at 8:11 just before I headed over to court. And so he's like, all right, well, I'm imagining you'll probably want some time to review this. And so he was about to set the next hearing out to April 15th. And I was like, oh shit, that's like, I think it would have been like 3 days or a week after the 45 days. So I'm like, all right. So I'm just playing it cool. The DA is like, yeah, that works for me, Your Honor. I'm like, all right. And so I'm just trying to scramble to get the hell out of there as quick as possible. And the DA starts saying something about, oh wait, was there a waiver for jury trial? And I was just like on my way out of the bar and everything. And I was just like, oh, I'm not interested in discussing any jury trial. I'm my business is done here. I got to go. Bye. And the judge is going like, wait a minute, hold on a second, Mr. Ismail, come back. And I'm like, this is not, I can't just like pretend I didn't hear anything or whatever and walk out of the court. That's not going to work. So I went back and he's like, yeah, there's no time waiver here. So we got to set this, to a sooner date. And I'm like, whatever, that's your procedure.
Let me ask you this question. So, why did you plead?
Yeah. I didn't. It was entered on my behalf.
Oh, no, it's on behalf of the entity. So that's the point. That's how I won my case one time, essentially, is that I go to the docket and find out what it says, and it usually says the defendant said this, the defendant said that, the defendant said it. And here's the interesting point I said to the presiding judges. This is really curious, is because it has all this stuff. Who enters this information into the docket? Who's responsible for putting this information here? Because it says the defendant said this, and it says, I was here at every one of these, and I never saw the defendant once. Because you're not the defendant, you see. The defendant is this piece of paper somewhere.
Okay. All right. Yeah, I got it. I mean, that's the thing. That's the thing I'm trying to figure out is like how to talk to them in a way where they're going to realize
You gotta
that.
challenge the record, and the record's the docket. So what's the docket say? And find out what that says. Now, then you have something to go with.
Well, are you talking about like the minute orders?
The docket is the recording that they put in the public file down there. It's the minutes and everything else that goes with it.
Oh, the whole docket, right? Yeah, the whole file.
Yes.
Right.
So
Okay, I'll have to go.
Because man, you hold that in front of them, and then you can challenge them directly on it. It's not like you're flying blind.
Well, check this out. This is funny because that's a good point, and I need to go back there anyway. So check this out. The judge reset the hearing and everything. It's going to be April 8th, which is going to be like a week before they're going to run out of time, right? Something like that, whatever. They're going to try to pull together a jury trial or whatever in a week.
So here's the deal with that. It's really important before they do that. You have to like make a motion for discovery, because otherwise they jump you right into the trial, and you haven't even had discovery yet.
Well, okay, so
address the issues.
So the DA said that she prepared a discovery packet for me, and she said it's available for pickup for you at the office. And the judge said, Mr. Ismail, are you going to make time to go pick it up? And I said, well, I don't know if I'll have time, but we'll see.
That's his discovery, not your discovery. You got to put your own discovery in there. What do you want to discover? I want to decide, where does this law fit into this rule here? How does this apply?
Okay, good point.
Make them divulge what it is they're standing by. Because if they don't divulge what it is,
so you're saying, yeah, right. Well, the whole thing though is if I start to, my fear is if I start to, if I'm on special appearance, if I start asking for discovery, that's going to be a general appearance now. That's going to come.
No, it isn't. No, it isn't. You're the attorney. If you're power of attorney, you're there to protect the entity. You're there to protect the freaking.
I don't have power. Okay, I'm trying. Okay.
Ask them this. Why are they probating the estate? Ask them that. Because if you don't have power of attorney, then you don't have power over the estate. They're probating the estate. So you have. That's why one of the reasons you have to have power of attorney.
You're talking, but you're assuming that the situation is that I do have a power of attorney currently, and I don't.
No, I'm not assuming that at all. I'm saying you have to file it.
Yeah, and I don't disagree at all. I want to. I think it's a great idea, and I want to.
It's mandatory. Get on that. That's your job this week.
Right. I agree. I have some time here, but yeah, I'm on it. The thing though that was interesting. This is why I want to continue the story, because I think it's interesting. When I went to the DA, I decided I'll stop at the DA's office and pick this up. I wasn't really rushed for time. I just didn't really want to pick it up, but I decided to go and look for it or get it. So I went up there and talked to the receptionist, and she's like, "Oh yeah, I don't know. I don't see anything for your name." She looked for my first name, my last name. She couldn't find it. She's like, "I would have known, if there was something ready for you, I would have known." I said, "Yeah, Lauren O'Neill." She said it was ready for me. Boy, she's like, "Oh yeah, I don't know. I don't have anything." I'm like, "Huh, that's strange." She told me it was ready and waiting. She's like, "No, I don't know. I don't see anything." I'm like, okay. And then so I thought that was interesting. So I don't know. Again, they could just be bluffing, because I've had this experience before. The case where Rich walked me through, it was 9 hearings basically, and it was just a big bluff. In the end, I just it just came down to calling their bluff. It was just at the end of it, it was just. They realized, oh, this guy actually showed up for this trial. God damn it, let's just get rid of him. Just get rid of him. The judge was all pissed off and just canceled the case, sent me down to a lower court for arraignment. The judge there didn't even know what was going on. He was trying to arraign me. I'm like, I'm here for trial. He's like, oh, So anyway, the point being that I get the idea that they're just playing along. They're playing a bluff. Okay, so. I asked her, I decided, since I'm there, I said, DA represents the people, right? People of the state of California. And she's like, yeah. And I go, would this be a proper address for service of process? And she goes, I don't know that. And I was like, oh, I don't know either. I was just asking because I was curious. He goes, yeah, I really don't know that. But anyway, so that was an interesting little anecdote there, perhaps.
So is the DA the one who's prosecuting?
Apparently. I mean, that's the thing. I was waiting to see if she was going to actually. I haven't even gotten a charging instrument.
Oh, then what are you worrying about? Go get your power of attorney and take care of that business. So when it comes, and then you can deal with stuff.
Right, that's why I'm saying. I'm thinking.
Another interesting approach is if they're doing it for the people, then what you do is you join her with the power with the district attorney over the all cap name, because you're one of the people, because otherwise you're not one of the people, because the people never go into those courts. Only dead entities go into those courts. That's why you need the power of attorney.
What about what do you think about filing a certified copy of the judge's oath of office into the case?
You don't have to do that. You can tell them, we know what your oath of office is, and you can hold it up in the freaking courtrooom. Because that doesn't make any difference. What really amounts is, where's your power, not where their power is. Because we know they haven't got any power. They're a private operation. So you got to come in there with the power. That's why they call it power of attorney.
What is he a power of attorney over?
He doesn't have power of attorney. He's acting as the executor de tort in the absence of a will of the entity that's dead. You see?
So that's what I'm wondering. Like, what am I going to go in there as having power of attorney over? My own self?
You have authority. If you don't have authority, they're going to run you down the railroad. Simple as
or
that.
over the birth certificate, like the all caps name. What is the
birth certificate is the entity. That's the one that they're dealing with.
All right. So I have to file a power of attorney over that entity.
Yes. Well, the power. See, here's how. Let me explain this to everybody who doesn't really understand this. Power of attorney is something that's appointed. Okay. So who appoints the power of attorney? I've gone through this many times on our calls, and in order to comprehend the logic of it all, you go to Black's Law Dictionary and look up at the word principle. Okay. The word principle is about 2 pages, about a page and a half long, and it gets down to expressing the idea of who the agent is for the entity. So look at, in Black's Law Fifth, look under the word principle and really read that whole definition down the line, and you start seeing it. I could recite it to you, but the point there is the principle is what they're going after. Okay, the principle is the source of the funds. So if you're saying you're one and the same in the principle, that means you're the surety, and you're not. You're the agent acting on behalf or for the benefit of the beneficiaries. That's why you go in there and say, why are you probating the estate? Because the only one who can probate the estate, first of all, is the one with power of attorney. You see, and because there's no power of attorney, the judges are doing it, and they're acting as what's called the executor de tort. That means the executor in the status that there is no executor been appointed. So who appoints it? The all cap name appoints it. Okay, so when you type out this power of attorney document, which I can help you guys with that and give you an idea how that does it. You print out your power of attorney from the point of view of the entity. That's the one who appoints it. And then when you finish that line of it, you sign it in printed letters. You print the name, because he has the entity has to have his name on there that he's making the appointment. And then an integral part of the power of attorney is the acceptance, which is on part of you if you want to take on that role. So you got your all cap name as the appointor, and the appointee is whatever name you want to call yourself. You can call yourself Clyde Diddlehopper. They don't care. They don't look. And it doesn't make any difference. You can call yourself Salim, or you can call yourself Dodger Dog, as long as it's been appointed to some other entity, okay? So the other entity now is acting on behalf of that, and it's not the responsible party. The entity is the responsible party, because that's the principal and the source of the funds. And that's what they're going after, the source of these funds. So that's how the power of attorney works. And of course, you have to have it recorded or they won't recognize it. So here's the deal. What I thought of this today too, because I've been studying the 13th Amendment really a lot. And we know, and we're going to try to get the actual original 13th Amendment basically bars, puts a stop on all these bar attorneys and judges and all, because they're foreigners. They're not even in this country. And we got foreigners telling us how to friggin' act. Who the hell are they? So I suggest this. Go in there and say, when they say, well, we don't recognize your power of attorney. I says, guess what? I don't recognize your authority either. 13th Amendment says that you have no place in this country. So what are you doing up there dictating stuff that addresses this entity, and you've got no authority whatsoever. And they don't. That's the irony about the whole bloody thing. We're sitting here battling with somebody who's letting you think that they have the authority, and you believe they have authority because you've been drawn in there by a summons, okay? And then, or a real man.
Is that going to be based on introducing a certified copy of the 13th Amendment or something like that?
Yeah, well, it's like, I'll put some links in the call here, and you guys should copy them down and look at every one of them, because they are friggin' unbelievable. Unbelievable. And you start saying, holy shit. And it's like, why aren't the people opening up and looking at this? It's really important. So let me throw those.
Yeah, I mean, I saw the actual 13th Amendment. Somebody got a certified copy, I think in Texas and then Virginia or something like that. But are you talking about like there's a bunch of stuff where people have written up about it?
Let me put it in the link here for you. Oh yeah, they have the actual evidence. The actual evidence is there.
Blue, let me just finish up really quick with just this last paragraph here, and then I want to make a quick mention of the California Style Manual with regards to all caps, and I'll be done here in like just a minute. But I think this was what I'm highlighting on the screen here was really probably the most important part here as far as getting an idea of what the character and nature of these traffic tickets are, right? It says, we find the following factors to be useful in determining whether an activity violates the state's public policy in a nature serious enough to be considered criminal. The extent to which the activity directly threatens physical harm to persons or property or invades the rights of others. 2, the extent to which the law allows for exceptions and exemptions. 3, and there's a bunch of those as far as driver's licenses, right? There's one that says, if the country you're from doesn't require you to have driver's licenses, then you can drive in California for up to 30 days. But it's like really vague. It doesn't say, well, 30 days from when to when and whatever, but that's, just an example here of that. 3, the blameworthiness of the actor. 4, the nature and severity of the potential penalties for a violation of the law. So you start to get this idea, or at least I started to get this idea that it comes down to what is the activity being regulated. The general public policy behind the state's traffic and driving laws is to protect the safety of persons and property on the roadways. All right, and then it goes on, since none of these laws raises policy concerns which are substantially different or heightened from the general public policy behind the driving laws, they are properly analyzed as part of the broad conduct of driving.
And you know what it is? It's public safety. That sits at the top of that whole thing. So if you have insurance, well, that part is taken care of. That's what it really amounts to.
Okay, yeah, that's exactly. So this gets to what my next kind of, and I'm not going to go into it right now, but what I'm seeing based on my analysis of the vehicle code, what the vehicle code says, what some court cases are saying, and I'm putting this all together. I'm slowly building this. I'm doing a bunch of different things all at once, but I'm trying to put actual facts behind the beliefs that we have, as opposed to, well, blah, blah, blah. Well, how do you know blah, 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 right? So I'm trying to find the facts behind blah, blah, blah. So as far as I lost my train of thought, but as far as the what they're regulating is, God, I lost my train of thought. Well, I'll try to come up with it maybe later, but I just wanted to make one quick mention in the style manual of California. I think this is it right here. So I don't know if you're familiar with it. A lot of you probably are. The California Style Manual is subtitled A Handbook of Legal Style for California Courts and Lawyers. And in the foreword, it says the manual provides a guide to standard legal style in the appellate courts, right? So that's very specific there. But I'm just trying to show, the foundation for where the style manual applies for the purposes of what I'm going to bring up here. And then the preface, this is actually from a judge making this statement. He says, the California Style Manual has evolved from a guide primarily intended for court staffs, the reporter of decisions office, and the official reports publisher to become the standard for legal office style in California. So this is where apparently lawyers and everybody turns to when they're writing their papers, because there's all kinds of sections on, how you should title your cases and how you should format them and where you should put the captions. And, it describes everything, right? It's like, oh, wow, these are the rules behind writing papers in California. So where's the rules about all caps name? Ooh, all right. So I'm looking in here. There's fucking nothing. There's nothing. There's nothing. There's nothing. They have all these examples of where they just use all caps names, but they make no reference to it. They don't say use all caps here, but not here. They don't say anything. They just show these examples like this and this, and they have these, and these are different sections of, blah, blah, blah. And then, anyway,
that's not
what?
That's not bullshit. That's cool. They tell you right there how to do it.
Well, you have to see it yourself. They do show other examples where they actually show a caption, and they have the all caps party name, and the people of the state of California. There's a example for prosecutors when it's in the name of the people. And they talk about, when it's done in the name of the people. It's like, ooh, maybe they're going to explain who the people are or whatever. No, they don't. They don't talk about. They talk about a lot of interesting things. And I've brought up the notes here and there about little interesting things like the DBA thing here. It explains this et cetera thing, which I thought was interesting. I won't go into it right now, but et cetera has a whole meaning as far as agency. But it doesn't say anywhere anything about uppercase, when to use it, when not to use it, because it also has other examples.
Hello?
Hold just a second, because the only examples I've shown here are just the ones where they do show uppercase, just to show that these are the scant examples where they have uppercase, because in a lot of other cases, they don't have uppercase. They have proper upper lowercase. You'll have to look at the style manual yourself. You can find it online, PDF, whatever, and it'll come up.
I have observed, or it says, as I recall, this being Arthur, that all capital titles are for main titles of cases, but I saw no example of defendants being all capitals. They leave that silent, and perhaps it's the
I wish you would say anything. I wish you would talk about even anything having to do with that. It doesn't address everything that I have here. All the sections that I have here are the only.
Meaning it's not lawful. They
well, look.
And if they do,
the thing that I'm saying is that this is the guide. That's why I went through this whole idea of establishing the foundation of what this document is for, right? It's a handbook for legal style for California courts and lawyers, right? This is supposedly telling them what the standards are, but nowhere do they mention anything about all caps entity and what it represents. So the question is that bullshit? Or if it's not bullshit, where is that standard applicable? Because every attorney, every judge, every lawyer, every clerk, every whoever is going to be brought up on this document. I'm assuming, because this is the 4th edition and this is 2016 or something now, right? It's a thing that's not just some document from 80 years ago. It's a current present document, and this is what they're going after. This is what everybody in this stupid game uses to determine how they're going to caption a document. So why are they captioning it all uppercase? Because it doesn't say in the style manual why.
They are for main titles and not subsidiary titles, and perhaps it's not.
Where does it say that?
Defendants, but if they use it, you're considered the straw man.
Where does it say that?
It says
doesn't
somewhere,
say that in here.
Only for main titles. They do not give
find where it says that.
The defendant as being all capital letters. So
find where it says that.
Proper that they do so, and when they do so, it means something in-house, not lawful. That's my.
I need that. I want to find out where that reference is. I want to find out where the magic voodoo is that they keep secret and hiding from us. Because it's not in the California style manual.
If it's not stated, it's not important, but they use it.
Well, that's the thing. We're saying it is important. I'm not going to go to this DA and be like, oh, well, it's on all my all caps name. I mean, to me, that's going to make her think I'm a nut, right? I've already been down this whole thing before, and I'm being very careful about what I do and don't say to this DA and to this judge. I'm being very calculated. I have brought up misnomer, but I haven't brought up the all caps issue because I don't have a thing to point at. I'm not going to make a claim where the judge says, where did you hear that nonsense? And I'm not going to, well, this guy Arthur Stokes said this on a call. You know, no, I need a reference, man. I need something I can point to and say, well, it says right here in California Style Manual, in all caps, name and the captain represent a corporation or a fiction or a dead person. No, I don't have a site for that.
Perhaps.
So I can't.
I'm
I
trying
got
to
argument because they're just be like, what the fuck are you talking about?
I'm not
I have a
arguing
copy of the style manual here,
such
sir, and the
language.
style manual makes no mention of all caps, captions and titles and people and parties and whatever. And I'd have to agree. Yeah, you're absolutely right, Your Honor. It doesn't. So I don't know why the fuck you have these all caps names on these documents. Anyway, I'm just kind of my frustration where we're believing things and people are making claims and saying stuff, and I'm looking right at, you know, this ostensibly the source for this, and it's not saying jack shit about it. And I'm not saying this is the be all and end all of it, but this is, you know, you expect to at least find something about it.
I think they are silently allowing that which is illegitimate, because, as I discerned, if the opinions can be written by the reporter of decisions and merely intimate that there's another meaning to that opinion, and all they dare do is indicate the crucial phrase in the state more times in a short outline or syllabus than the...
Right, okay, so that goes off into a discussion of in the state and all that, right?
They're hiding something.
But that goes... Okay, well, if they're hiding something, okay, like, so one of the ideas is you can fall back on the grammar rules for English, right? And you can try to make, you know, argue along the lines of that. Well, it says here in the grammar rules that anything that's in all caps is whatever. And I don't have...
You can say it does not authorize all capital letters for names of plaintiffs or defendants.
Where does it say that?
I'm telling you that you can tell them that it does not say that the
Okay, Arthur Stopes is not a reference in court, Arthur.
Hey,
sometimes Arthur Stopes
you want
is
a
not a
reference?
reference.
You're not being subtle enough. I'm sorry. I'm straining to speak.
Yeah, I do, Ed.
Black's Law Dictionary.
What is your name? What is your name?
Diminutio.
I don't know with whom I'm speaking. I'm
This
Arthur.
is Salam.
Huh?
Yeah, we're acquainted, Arthur. We spoke a long time ago. I was in
What is your name?
Salam, Abraham Ismail.
Yes. Send me an email.
Jog your memory, you'll remember me.
I don't. I'm sorry.
All right, well, that's unimportant right now. Ed, I am familiar with those definitions, but all they talk about is just Roman law.
Yeah.
I mean, it's a oblique reference to the issue, but it's, again, I can't point to Black's Law Dictionary and say, well, this is in the name of an all caps. This is an all caps name, and so therefore the status has been diminished. And you know, it's like, and it says in Black's Law Dictionary. You know what I'm saying? It's like that's not gonna fly.
You can ask for
Did
their
you look at
local authority.
the U.S. government style manual, the government printing office style manual?
That's more deceptive.
I've looked in. Okay, so I looked in also the federal court style manual, and again, same thing. There's just really no. There's even less mentions of. I didn't. I went through all the pertinent portions from the table of contents. I didn't go through it as thoroughly as I did the California style manual, where I went to each section and read through and tried to find any oblique reference or whatever. But nothing in the federal style manual. The next step I wanted to look at, I'm trying to find a reference. There's got to be somewhere that says when you use all caps.
This guy,
and it's going to be
the guy. What's his name from Australia? Says to look at the Chicago style manual.
Yeah, I was just going to suggest that. That's the next thing I was going to look through is the Chicago style manual. Haven't gotten to that point yet.
Is that for legal purposes, I wonder?
Yes.
It's used for the Chicago is?
Mm-hmm. Yes.
Oh, okay. Very good. I thought it was
it's
just
the foundation
like
for everything. Everybody uses.
All right. Well, then I will investigate that and report back in that, because I need to find where it says when you use all capital that represents a fiction, a trust, a corporation, a dead person, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. Because then
the guy,
that's exactly what I'll need.
The guy who suggested it was Justinian Deception.
Oh yeah, okay. I'm familiar with that guy. Anyway, that's that.
Bromley Stewart.
I did.
Yeah, Rom. That's right.
I did find track down my papers that I filed or that I recorded or sent by registered mail to the Secretary of State, or really to the Director of the DMV, and then this was in 2014 in August. And then I also sent a registered letter to the postmaster. Here I have them actually on here, I think. Postmaster General saying I'm canceling my personal mail service. Let's see. I don't think maybe this is it. No, that's not it. That's what I'm working on right now. Anyway, so getting back to kind of like my unraveling saga of trying to figure out what happened when I did file these papers, because you remember I got a ticket in 2015 for 12,500, you know, driving without a license, which is different than driving suspended, right? We kind of went over this last couple calls, and then that ended up, I filed my notice of special appearance into the clerk's office and it just didn't even show up for any hearing or whatever. And that's when they gave me a failure to appear. And the theory is then that it reactivated my my account, my driver's license, whatever. And that's why recently I've gotten 14601s, which are driving on suspended license, 14601 point whatever. So when I was looking at my papers, it was interesting because it reminded me, let's see if I can find them here real quick, that what I actually did, and that was one of the issues was, or what, maybe I have to go over here. Oops. Was the cancellation of the personal mail service. Here, let me pull this up. So again, just a real simple letter. And I was basically, I'm just showing you guys this just to show you what I did, because I think it had an effect. I think it really worked, because the other thing that was interesting is, let's see. No, I did this after those two court cases I talked about where I did my special appearance but showed up. Anyways, you can see here I just made these statements. I got all this stuff from a guy in Oregon who was really helpful and super nice, and he was dialed into a group up there or something. I don't know exactly who he was working with, but they were apparently some like brain trust up there that were doing a lot of stuff, and they were experimenting in court with flags and wearing uniforms and doing admiralty stuff and all kinds of crazy things. And he said, look, fill out this document and, you know, say this stuff. So, you know, I'm non-domicile, non-resident, non-person, and I'm no longer a recipient of benefits for the New Deal. They focused on the New Deal thing a lot in this paperwork based on the research that they had done. So, and said, I no longer accept personal mail for the office of the person, and I no longer occupy the office of person. I shall no longer be accepting personal mail for the entity, my full all caps name, or any other variation of that name for that entity. Please return all mail to the sender. It's hard to say what mail I may have gotten at that point, because as you can see, I had a general delivery address, which throws off a lot of people for all kinds of reasons. But I legitimately didn't, well, I had an address, but I was living at a warehouse at that time for like 3 years, and I just was hiding from, you know, I was trying to remain private, so I never used that address for anything. So it's hard to say whether that would have stopped tax statements or any other, you know, what other effects this would have had. But I can say that I never received anything other than what I wanted to receive by general delivery. I don't remember ever receiving anything from the state. So anyway, the other document that I filed was, well, there was this affidavit of nationality, which is just, you know, typical affidavit of nationality bullshit. That was filed into the case the criminal case I was going through at the time, which was a more actual serious criminal matter. I ended up spending a month in jail for that. So, and I talked about this briefly in a previous call about how the judge was going to remand me into jail right then and there for filing these documents, and I panicked and just repudiated them. But the notice of rescission of driver's license, this is the other thing I sent to the, so this went to the office of the director, and you saw that I used these certificates of mailing. So I discussed this before. I put these right on the document for basically as evidence of mailing. And so once you have this, this is a facsimile, so they'll accept a facsimile as well if you read the rules in the domestic mail manual. And as long as you pay the fee, they'll stamp it here. So you'll have a nice stamp of when and who you sent it from and who you sent it to, and it's right as part of the document. And I got the stamp and then stuck this in the envelope and sealed it up and sent it off. But anyway, this is just saying, and it was sent registered mail as well, by the way.
Did you do it the free way?
No, I just sent it the regular way. Let's see, did I send this registered? Because I usually really careful about always putting the registered mail number on my documents, but this doesn't have it. But anyway, this is the wording I used. Same stuff. Notice of rescission of contract, which today I questioned. I did a bunch of research, and that's for another topic for another discussion, where rescission only applies to, anyway, never mind. But yeah, that is a whole issue of rescission. Rescission of contract for the Revenue Generation Program, also known as the Department of Motor Vehicles. So again, this is their research led them to believe this is the right wording. I am non-domicile, non-resident, non-person in the United States, blah, 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 blah. I do not accept the driving privilege. Therefore, I'm rescinding the contract. See, that's wrong. It's not a contract. The driver's license is not a contract, according to every case law I've read. So nonetheless, whatever, they maybe just ignored that or whatever. The driver's license card that was previously issued to me has been lost and is presumed destroyed. That was true. Additionally, I hereby rescind my signature on the original state of California driver's license application. That's, I believe, valid. As well as my signature on any subsequent renewal applications related to the above referenced account. So the idea was all the applications, all the renewals. I also hereby rescind my signature on the original state of California identification card application, because I had also applied for an ID card.
And you ought to
please update your records.
rescind your power of attorneys too.
Well, this was, so the purpose of all, yeah, well, I don't disagree at the time. This was determined by, what was his name? I forgot his name. And he was like trying to help me get this case, basically make this criminal case go away. Cause it's like, they were really after me. They wanted to, pretty sure by that time, they were pretty pissed off at me in this county. Cause I already, again, this is where I sued the court and all that stuff. And so I assumed they hated me. So they were really serious about this stupid case, right? They were really pursuing it because it was a vehicle chase. And so I guess they considered it serious and whatever, or they wanted me. I don't know, one of the two. So he said, look, just, file this stuff in. This should get you off. This has worked for a bunch of us up here. And so just do all this and do this and, send this off. And so I dutifully did all this. All this went off, registered mail, this notice here, the other one to the postmaster, which made sense to me. This affidavit of nationality, and this, okay, all the documents and the affidavit of nationality. I can't remember if this notice of status was involved. One other of these documents maybe. Oh, here we go. Here's a revocation of power of attorney. I don't know if I ever did this though. And this was just something that somebody got it from David Clarence apparently. But I don't remember.
One of the items, Salam, is in the power of attorney, there is a rescission of all other powers of attorney within it when you do your power of attorney. It's an asset.
Is that something that's on the IDP server in the Google Drive?
No.
Is it a sample?
There's a copy on Joseph, what's his name? The guy who does the assumed business name stuff, Joseph Herrig's Google Drive. He has a copy of a template for a power of attorney.
Joseph Herrig?
Herrig, Herich.
Oh, okay. Cool. Anyway, Yeah, I filed all this I filed copies, I should say, of all the stuff I sent off to the various directors and whatever, and this affidavit of nationality, and this crazy, let me show you guys this, because this was shit straight out of that, who's that guy? Frank O'Collins. Here we go, this one. And so they're like, yeah, file this too, you know, and file this with all the copies of everything and blah blah blah. But I'm just showing you as for the
We only see
novelty
a
of
little
it. 'Cause
piece
it's
of
really,
it on the screen, Selim.
you do? Okay, hold on. Let me.
A little piece of what it is. I don't know what you're trying to show.
Oh, okay. Hang on. Let me fix whatever's going on here. I guess it lost track of. I'm kind of like, I only have a small window here. I'm trying to figure out how to get back into Zoom here. Hang on a second. Oh, there we go. Over here.
So I
Oops,
sent
nope.
you a link. I want you to watch it many times, and you'll understand this whole court trip, how to deal with it, and the name and all that stuff.
Oh, okay.
It's
Did
really,
you
Let me
send
try
it
to get out of this.
everyone, Blue?
really, really good. What's that?
Did you send it to everyone?
No, I didn't. I just happened to be where it was at. And you should all see it
I'm
anyway.
trying to figure out how to unshare this.
Let me put this in here for you guys, because it's like, this is gold, absolute fucking gold. So here it comes.
Never plead guilty.
Yeah.
Is that on the screen, by the way, by any chance?
What's that?
Yeah.
I'm trying to.
What's that?
Is that on my screen by any chance?
Yeah, there's something black in the middle of it, but never plead guilty blog shows up.
Yeah, it's an interview that Johnny Carson did back in the 60s, I think it was. And of Jake, what's his last name? Anyway, he's a kill-ass friggin' attorney, and he lays it out what's going on. And he says, here's how you do it. And it's a matter of addressing the court so that you have the power. But of course, too, when you have the power of attorney, you're sui juris, you know, and that you have to pronounce that and make sure that that's in the record. I mean, verbally, you know, you have to voice everything into the record. If you don't voice it in it, it's not in the record. Simple as that. And I put those links up there earlier, not too much further back on the 13th Amendment. You guys should all look at those. They're like gold, total gold. There's 4 different YouTubes there.
Oh, I only see the never plead guilty one.
That's the last one. It's farther, much farther up. It's about, well, I don't know where it is. What time did I put it in there? 8:33.
No, you must have limited it to who you sent it to.
Oh, no, it's all to everybody. Isn't it? Oh, well, let me see here. Oh, you know what? I think you're right. Son of a gun. Let me do that again then. You're right. You're absolutely right. Let me see if I can get this down here. Okay. Do a copy. And then I'll go down here to everyone. There, you see that?
Yes. Yep.
Every one of those, absolutely mandatory watching, so you understand what this country's composed of. Freaking theft.
Oh, the Judge Dale one, that's good.
Well, the most informative one, really, when you get down into it, is the last one with David Dodge. He's an old guy. He's in Florida now. He's probably dead if he's not on the way to dying, essentially. But he's been doing this for 25 years, man. And he knows the ins and outs. But unfortunately, the narrator or the interviewer was kind of like overriding him a little bit and didn't let him speak as much as he should have, focused at all. But nevertheless, there's good content in that. I mean, we're getting the benefit of some beautiful people out there who have put a lot of time into providing us this great bit of information.
A lot of personal risk too.
Oh, a lot of them have died too. A lot of them have died, you know. So the important thing is like, watch your back.
You guys hear me?
Yes, sir.
Oh, okay. I'm back. Yeah, Mike, I've looked at that video, or I've watched that video a couple times actually, and I understand the whole idea of, you know, being agent and all that stuff. It's just a matter of finding mechanisms that communicate to the people in the court, or, you know, whoever you're dealing with, in the language that they understand, that you know, instead of,
you have to do is you have to know process. Once you know the process, then you know what you need to do at whatever particular time. Like an arraignment, you know, arraignment comes first after you take me out of jail, essentially. Arraignment comes first, and that's where they want you to plead or some bloody thing. Well, in this particular case where you're listening to Jake here say never plead guilty, that's after you're in the shooting gallery. But before that, you never plead. You're not there to plead, because you're only going to plead to the facts. But they don't have any facts yet. It's all opinion, and that's basically it.
right, right. So in
So I'm
order
not
to
here to
affect
plead,
that,
plead
I'm
to
in there.
opinions. So I don't plea, and then they have to have another hearing, and that's what puts them off, because they have to bring it up again to get you, because they want to contract with you. And so when you get in there, and now when you present your status properly, they can't get you, because you're not the subject of their interest. And that's the whole point. They have to have personam jurisdiction. Now, they may have jurisdiction over the subject matter, but they don't have jurisdiction over the personam.
Well, they think they do right now. They're barreling forward like they have it. So, and I think the thing is because I keep showing up.
Paper you showed me.
That's all a presumption
versus you. So you're in that category. So you got to correct that record.
No, I understand, but I'm just kind of reflecting on the idea that the reason that they're continuing forward with the process is because I keep showing up. And so they're just assuming that I'm in the same capacity that they want me to be. And I'm only showing up because I don't want to get a failure to appear, but also there's other reasons I'm doing this. It's because I'm, you know, this is research and et cetera, et cetera. And so, but my strategy is, okay, I'm here. This is a misnomer. I'm sticking to that you guys are trying to chart, because this is what I've been wanting to do for a long time. It's like, no, fuck you. You guys are trying to make me be somebody that I'm not going to be. So you prove how I am this person, this entity that you think that I am, and put it on the fucking record.
You got to tell them that you're not the surety. Get it on the record, voice it. I'm not the surety. And let's see at the upper left-hand corner of your initial paper that's in there. That's where the attorneys put their information, okay? And they say they're the counsel for whoever, forever. You have to go in there too. It says, I'm the agent for whatever, in whatever capacity you want to do, or I'm the executor for of that estate, and stated as such.
Now, is this power of attorney also assuming you've got a certified or an authenticated birth certificate? Because I don't have that yet.
No, that has nothing to do with it.
All right.
No, you're the executor over the estate. Okay, the estate is the account that they're basically probating, and so you got to stop their activity of probating the estate, because they have
right.
If you put yourself.
And I was prepared to bring that up too. I was waiting for an opportune time to like maybe slip that in, but it's premature.
Time is the first time you go in there.
Well, right, but like I said, I'm not trying to be switching back and forth to different strategies and trying to muddle up what I'm trying to do. What I'm trying to do is stand on the special appearance based on misnomer, right? So now the whole power of attorney thing is a mechanism, I believe, for achieving that, because it's a way to separate myself when I go in there and say, yeah, I told you I'm a man. I'm a fucking man. You guys keep assuming I'm this person, this all caps thing or whatever that you're trying to.
They know you're a man. They're trying to figure out how are you there, not what you are, but how you're there.
Okay,
and
right.
You're there as a man, then you basically have no authority because you don't have the power yet. See?
Right. Well, there you go. But again, I'm trying to get some sort of measurable validation for affecting a special appearance, you know, or I did this and this is why this happened. That's kind of, you know, my main focus in what I'm doing here.
You want to play with them. It sounds like to me, I would be in there for one reason. One reason is to just.
I'm not. Well, Yeah, I'm playing with them, but I just explained it's for research, man. This is research. I'm doing it for you people.
Well, then you're in there playing to learn.
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
And so with that being said, like I said, I like the power of attorney thing because, again, to me, it seems like that's a mechanism for doing what I'm trying to do, which is to say, yeah, you guys got the wrong person. But then again, the idea is, okay, well, you were still in a car without a license, and we are, tasked with regulating that activity. I don't think you can go down that route, but, because I think and that's really that's kind of what I want to implicitly get out of this. See, if I go in there at the power of attorney, well, that's kind of changing what I'm doing, right? It's along the same lines because
it's kind of like correcting what you're doing.
Right. Well, yeah, but it's correcting it down a different path because you see what I'm trying to say? I want them.
Yeah, you're going to go to jail. That's what you're saying.
Well, yeah, well, I'm trying to avoid that.
Hey, Salam, since you're doing research, next time you go in there, bring a copy of your birth certificate and have your power of attorney set up and say, I'm the agent for the defendant here. Here's the defendant. I'm turning him over to you. Give him the birth certificate.
Yeah, I'm familiar with that.
You got to show that they're at default first. And how they're default? Well, you got to go down and get the docket and read the damn thing.
Yeah, I agree with that. That's a good.
You got to do that. That's your first job, even before power of attorney, because you got to know what the hell they're pulling on you.
Yeah, I agree. But Ed,
excuse me, I'm sorry. Do you want me to stop recording?
Are you the chat room manager now, Ty?
Yeah, I guess I am.
Oh, I don't know. I don't care. I mean, this is kind of useful for people in the future, I guess.
Okay, I was just wondering. I'm sorry.
Oh yeah, you are the host.
Yeah.
Congratulations.
Oh my God. I know. I seen. I was like, when we stop recording.
That happened to me before. I didn't know what to do with all this power. Wow. Anyway, the birth certificate thing. I can't find my damn copy that I have. I have a certified copy, but I have to go. I don't have to go all the way down to LA. I was looking into. I realized you can do it by mail. You just have to get a notarized statement or whatever, and I would have to go through the extra hassle of finding a notary that won't care that my parents are going to attest to who I am because I don't have any kind of ID right now that I can show her or him, the notary.
You have a passport?
No.
Okay.
I don't have anything.
Because the passport will work.
I know, but everything I had is expired. That's why I've been working. Man, I'm out of the system, dude. I'm real about this, man. I'm not. It's like my thing is every day. It's like, God damn it, finish your affidavit of identity, get that notarized and witnessed. I showed you guys what I'm working on and everything. It's like, and get the ID that we all worked on together. Because I want to have one of those. And it's just like I'm trying. I'm going in 15 different directions here, and so it's making incremental progress on everything. On top of trying to keep some money in my pocket and my crops growing and all this other my chickens, all this crap. But the birth certificate, yeah, I need to really focus. That's one of the things it's like one of the 15 things. It's like, man, I got to get, because I can't find the one I have. I only have one copy anyway. I'd like to order up like 2 or 3. I could do it by mail, but before I do that, I got to get a notarized statement. Before I can get a notarized statement, I got to get. Well, it's just like everything is just like, oh God, and I got to get a mobile notary out here because I don't want to bug my parents and drag them out to a notary and all this crap, so it's like, Jesus. Anyway, where were we?
Blue suggested you look at the docket first. I think that's what you said,
Yes.
Right, Blue?
Yes. Yeah.
Yeah. Because you got to know what the hell they're pulling on you. So you got to see, they're going to have what the entry is for the plaintiff and the entry what the defendant said. And then you probably see where, oh, I shouldn't have said that. Or they said something, well, I don't agree with it. And you have every right to disagree with it.
Yeah, I'm not sure what this DA is, what they're doing, because like I said, she said she had the package ready for me. I went, stopped there.
Yeah, that's their discovery. They're trying to discover from you, but what you got to do is put in your own discovery, which you're trying to discover from them, because they're not going to answer your questions unless you ask them.
Oh no, I know. I'm just saying that the fact that she said it was ready, it wasn't there. The lady said she would email it to me as soon as she got it, and it's like, okay, if it was ready, then she should have already sent it by now because this is Monday morning when it's supposed to be ready. So anyway, I'm just pointing out that I find it strange that I still haven't gotten the supposed packet this DA said she had waiting for me.
So you had to consider using that approach that that Moxie's friend used. If you look at the chat, he put it in there where it basically requests a lot of information from the attorneys and the police officer, and it kind of buries them in a bunch of
Oh,
detail.
right. Yeah. Well, you know what? Along those lines, I was just thinking about that earlier today. You guys familiar with the Bill of Particulars?
Yeah, that's part of the process.
Yep.
So I was thinking of springing that on them, and I was going to look into that because in credit, I remember I actually pulled this off. It was quite clever, if I do say so. With a bill of particulars in a debt collection, it applies in certain cases, not all, but I think in this case it applied. It was like a $28,000 balance from Citibank or something like this, and I hired some law firm in San Jose that didn't really do much to represent them, and so I knew about this bill of particulars, and you're supposed to at least 10 days or 2 weeks, something like that, before the trial. So the trial was set. You can request a bill of particulars from the other side, and they're supposed to respond within 10 days. I think it was like you have to request it within 2 weeks before the trial, at least 2 weeks before the trial, and they have to respond within 10 days of that 2 weeks, something like that, whatever. And if they don't, then they can't introduce any new evidence at the trial. So I thought, I think I don't know that it actually is analogous that there's a bill of particulars in this particular quasi-criminal, whatever the hell this is. But my instinct tells me there probably is something like that. Or maybe it's just, that's what discovery is. It's kind of like a bill of particulars for criminal matters. But that's the idea is when they didn't respond to the bill of particulars, which they didn't, the law firm didn't respond to the bill of particulars, they had no case because I requested basically everything that they had to that they required to prove the case, the contract, all the statements, et cetera, et cetera. They flubbed on responding to, and I had my friends serve it on the office and everything, right? So proof of service and all that stuff. And so when I showed up for that hearing, for the trial, this attorney found me out or whatever outside the courtroom. He's like, Mr. Ismail, I'm like, yeah. He's like, we've submitted a request to withdraw this case and whatever. He handed me this paperwork. I'm like, cool. So they knew they fucked up. They knew they had no case, so they withdrew it. Anyway, so in this case, it would be sort of the same thing. Hey, give me a bill of particulars here. What is this charge? What is this? Whatever. And then when they don't respond within the time frame that they're required, then if it goes to trial, it's like, there's no evidence here. You can't submit any evidence because you guys didn't fucking respond to the bill of particulars.
Kind of sounds like my case.
Yeah. Go ahead, Ty.
Yeah, it's just they what they did was create a joinder with me.
Right.
And says I was there generally and not specially just because I'm there and because I'm the guy on the booking sheet. We talked about it earlier. Last week.
Right. Did you ever get with that? Were you supposed to get with somebody and talk to him about that?
Elena? No, I
Elena?
haven't called her. I was she told me to read up on some things, so
okay. You gotta get on that.
Yeah. About the what is that assumed name?
The assumed business name?
Yeah, the assumed business name.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. That's where you basically you get an assumed business name in your all caps name, and then now you can say, well, I have this, and I have an interest in an entity with this name, and you show up, and this is how I understand it, right? You show up in court then and be like, you know, I'm the I'm the agent, whatever, right? The
Name
agent, I
holder.
guess.
You're the name holder.
The name holder for this
Yeah.
name. I have an interest in it, and it's involved in this case somehow. But I guess you stay outside the bar and just say you're an observer there or whatever. Or I guess that's what Elena was basically saying. It's just, you know, the judge is acknowledged. She's not really making any appearance. She's just saying, I'm here for that matter because I have, you know, she makes this statement that she has an interest. She's the name holder and probably has the paperwork or whatever. And then, but as far as actually entering an appearance, there's no, it's just, I'm just here because I have an interest in this name. And I'm just going to sit right here and watch what happens. Right?
Right.
She doesn't participate. And then she said in her case, the judges talked back and forth to the district attorney or whatever, or the prosecutor, and then they canceled the case, right? Or not canceled it, they dismissed it. Sorry, if I remember properly. So, and how many times did she do that? I don't know. She never talked about that, to my knowledge.
Yeah, I'll call her tomorrow.
All right. And then I know I'm pretty sure, you know, she picked this up from somebody else that she studied under. And I'm just wondering, like, I mean, it's not unfamiliar to me, and the whole thing, you know, it makes sense and everything, but it just leaves a lot of things to just, you know, it's a very indirect, vague process that I don't know that it's necessarily going to be repeatable in 100% of cases, right? I mean, I don't know of any, you know, if you don't show up if the party who's supposed to show up doesn't appear in some capacity, then they're going to be like, all right, failure to appear, bench warrant, $10,000 or whatever, you know?
Yeah.
So that's the thing, you know, at this point, you know, maybe that would have been the thing to do from the get-go, Ty, but, you know, we focused on the special appearance, which you did. You effectively got that in there, and it's under your rules of court, that's always something that you can go
you know
back.
What he said? He was talking. I was talking about civil procedure.
Don't fucking whatever he said. You know, I mean, they're going to say whatever they said. It's in the okay. Well, all right. I mean, I'm not going to dismiss it offhand because although we did do a lot of research into that, and I can't remember offhand because it's been 2 or 3 months now.
Mm-hmm.
What we were looking at, whether it was only civil or but from what I remember, it was just their rules of court, which just modeled the federal rules of court. Anyway, whatever, man. Look, you can always challenge jurisdiction. That's the point. That's what the procedure is there for. Challenge personal jurisdiction, and you put that issue on the I don't know, the docket, I guess, you know, it was in there. You put it, it's, and according to your rules, that's now an issue that must be brought up. But I guarantee you know, you're going to have to be the one ultimately, like, let's just say this ends up at trial, you know, you can't make it go away any other way. You know, you'll be like, well, I brought up the special appearance issue, and that's the first matter according to the rule, blah, 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 you know, and it was in the rules. It was like 58 point whatever it was that, you know, when you make the objection or whatever, that you preserve, you know, from all the research we did, you preserve your right to have that ruled upon. But what their procedure is that it just, you still got to go through the whole process, unfortunately, and it's just, there's just going to be a jurisdiction hearing, just like there'd be an evidence hearing and just there'd be a discovery hearing and all this other stuff. It's just another part of their process that they formalized instead of being like, ah, shit, you know, we got to prove jurisdiction or whatever right here on the, you know, just cancels it and stops it short. You know, we did that research, you know, we read all those rules and stuff, the federal rules and all that. It's now very clear that when in personam jurisdiction is challenged, becomes a matter for the judge to decide in a formal process. That's later on, pre-trial. So getting back to the point of why I went into this is, in your case, I think it's too late to try these kinds of shenanigans, because it's like, well, you were here last week and you're saying you're not this person, but you have an interest in the name, and you're changing entirely what you're saying. And, are you on bail or anything right now?
No.
Oh, okay. Well, the fact that they don't arrest you every time have you done the fingerprints or anything?
No.
Oh, good. Well, that's sweet. Do you know if there's any arrest warrants or anything right now?
Not at all.
That's interesting.
So
Well,
I feel like that's threat, duress,
Well, then, hey man, just stick to that, because I think ultimately everything that I've read about the whole challenging the in personam jurisdiction is you just have to maintain. That's why I would, in my case, I'm doing the same thing. I'm just reminding the judge, hey buddy, I'm here on special appearance, by the way, challenging the jurisdiction of my person. Haven't seen any evidence so far of that being proven on the record. So I'm making it clear verbally, but also it's by your actions. That's what it comes down to time and again. Everything I've read, everything I've studied on this, all the case law and everything comes down to how did you act? What did you, what did you request of the judge? Did you make, was your overall actions there in the nature of strictly challenging the jurisdiction of your person, or did you go outside that and start asking for relief or any motion from the court that had something other to do than with personal jurisdiction?
Mm-hmm.
If so, then bam, that converted your appearance to general automatically. There's an issue now before the court that the court must decide, and now the court has jurisdiction over you've just given jurisdiction to the court over your person to decide that matter. And there's some real I've seen some examples and stuff that the cases that I've read, they talk about specific examples, but basically it comes down to, you have to think about the especially, and then I'm going to demand that they dismiss the case because I was not driving, I was not in commerce. I'm like, well, wait a minute, you just gave them you're handing them a controversy that they need to make a ruling over now to determine, because you went too far. You started getting specific about your shit. It's like, no, you just don't have jurisdiction over my person. Bam, done. Prove how you have it. And so, anyway, the point being that if you don't think about it and you start getting all indignant and wanting them to recognize this right to travel or that, it's an amateur mistake. It's also an ignorant mistake, because not everyone truly understands how to challenge jurisdiction. Mm-hmm. And special appearance has everything to do with challenging jurisdiction. That's really all that special appearance is there for.
Say, Salam, remember that video I just sent you about beating tickets number 2?
Yeah.
Remember what they said in there when you create joinder, you don't want to give them your name. But remember what the judge did. He tricked the person into creating joinder by saying, Mr. Smith, do you agree to this? And Mr. is an address, and Smith is the person's last name. So by answering to that question, he's actually creating joinder with a court.
Yeah. And, I've probably done that a bunch of times inadvertently without even thinking about it, because to me, like, again, it's not, okay, let's assume that even that trickery was even in place. The thing is that the jurisdiction can be challenged at any time. And it can be challenged after the fact, after a ruling, 10 years after the fact, after you've already spent time in jail, whatever. Can always go back and be challenged. So while you're still, I or whoever is still in the midst of the process, and even though you've maybe made some mistakes, I think you can always go back, because there's mechanisms in the law, in the procedure, for example, in the Code of Civil Procedure for error based on mistake, ignorance, inadvertence, or negligence, or something like that. Like reason, or like unintentional negligence, something like that. And so you can say, you can, like, if let's say you just whatever mistake you made and you need leave of the court to correct the mistake, you can motion to say, yeah, this whatever was a mistake due to ignorance. I wasn't aware of this rule of court or this code of civil procedure or whatever, and then something is wrong and I need to withdraw. Whatever. The precedent is there that you can withdraw stuff for mistake, ignorance, whatever. So
well, he made a judicial determination for me.
Okay, and that's even better, because then you can always point to that. Like, that's what I'm going to do. I'm going to be like, well, I never entered the plea. This guy, John whatever, Morris or whatever, entered the plea of not guilty on my behalf, so I assume he assumed the liability. Go ask him to show up at your trial or whatever. But that's that's in the case, if you think you did give them joinder, you can and the fact that you can always go back and challenge the jurisdiction, right? That's not quite a maximum, although I wouldn't be surprised if there is some maximum somewhere, a maximum of law that speaks directly towards that. But my belief is that you can always go back and correct that issue and revert back and say, oh no, my appearance was a mistake. As a matter of fact, let's see, in listening to KW, he talked about a withdrawal of appearance, and that's exactly what I did. I withdrew my appearance, my previous appearance, and reappeared specially under a new premise, a more direct challenge of personal jurisdiction. I didn't make any explanation or say it was for mistake or whatever. I just filed a withdrawal and filed a new notice of special appearance, and clerk took each one successfully.
The real question, Salam, is how long do you want to waller in this? Get it done. Because you can go in for years. I can go back for years. I don't care. I got better things to do anymore than go back to those freaking places.
Hey, no, that's fine. I'm trying to put this into a not so much a process, because nothing's ever going to be fixed necessarily, but I'm really trying to make sure that the causes, that the reactions I get are from specific causes I can identify. So, like, for instance, getting a power of attorney, again, that makes sense, filing that in there, because I'll see if there's a change in demeanor, or if it's going to be the same thing. Okay, whatever, we saw your power of attorney. Now, are you ready for the blah 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 hearing next week or whatever? So that's one of the tests to see once I file that into the case, to see if there's going to be a change in demeanor.
So the point of it is, though, is you have an objective when you have power of attorney, and that's to protect the interests of the beneficiary. That should be your focus. And the interests of the beneficiary are the estate and all of its possessions. Once you make your power of attorney out, which lists all that stuff on it, of what your job is and what you're responsible for and for to, it dictates what you have to address in the court. And the point of it is, the real question comes is, why are you probating the state? I'm the executive for that, and you don't have permission from me, so I don't recognize this court in any validity of what you're trying to process here. So therefore, I don't recognize you. I don't recognize these plaintiffs over here. I don't recognize this facility here. So the judge is always waiting there for you to give them direction. So the question is, what direction do you want him to do? Don't ask him, tell him.
Right. All right. Well, like I said, that's good. That's a change of tactic, but I don't want to go to jail. So yeah, I'm not going to be like, oh no, I'm going to
stand your ground. They're going to throw fear at you, man. You're going to freak out. Oh, I better go do this. I got to no, stand your ground.
No. I can see how this could easily snowball and be like, oh my God, these guys are seriously going to try to fucking send me to jail for 30 days because of this bullshit. It's like,
for what? No, they have to have a claim. They have to have a rationale to send you to jail.
Obviously, of course, but that's why I think this whole thing is a bluff on their part, because they don't seem to be serious. This information that you said was waiting for me was not fucking waiting for me. I don't know what game they think they're playing or whatever. It's like that. Like I said, I don't know.
I think they're hoping you'll come through with this.
What do you mean, come through with what?
That you'll succeed in presenting your case properly. And so that's what they're waiting for. See if you do it. And if you don't do it and you're dragging them around, it's like, I got to put a close to this. I got other things to do. $250 fine and you're out the door.
Well, I mean, well, okay. That assumes that the right thing to do is to take control through power of attorney, as opposed to, and maybe that is the way, as opposed to trying to figure out, unlock the secret to this whole special appearance thing and figure out how you can properly communicate to the court that, hey man, I'm not this all caps name that you guys have charged here. And again, that's what I'm really after here. I would really like to try to use this opportunity to make some headway into that.
Hey, Blue?
I can tell you right now, it's like you're looking at the power of attorney as simply as stating that I have authority here. But you have to look at it within the context of what is in that assignment to the power of attorney. And let me read you some things, and maybe this will clarify some viewpoints, okay?
All right.
And now, therefore, the principal expressly grants general attorney authority to the attorneys in fact to act for the principal with respect to the following subjects. And the subjects, you can elaborate on them as much as you want. One of them is to request and demand and sue for recovery, collections, receive each and every sum of money, debt, accounts, legacies, bequests, interest, dividends, annuities, and demand which now is or hereafter shall become due, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. So there's a bunch of demands in there, okay? B is to exercise any and all the following powers to real property, any interest therein or any building thereon, to contract thereon, to contract for, purchase, receive, and take possession of, and of evidences of title thereto, to release the same for any term and purpose. And I can go on and on and on that list too. So that gives you an idea what we're doing here, okay? C is to exercise any and all the following powers as to all kinds of personal property. So you went from private property to personal property, the household goods, the wares and merchandise, and choose in action and other property in possession or in action, to contract for, buy, sell, exchange, transfer in any legal manner, deal in, et cetera.
All right, so you're basically you're acquiring legal title to everything. To all the
Yes, you have power of attorney, and it's basically you have to list those. So you got another item to borrow money and to execute the delivery of. Then you have to create, modify, revoke, amend, supply, and terminate all kinds of things. And then you have transact business in any kind or class as the principal's act and deed. In other words, that's all that paperwork that the principal represents.
Okay. Right. So here's the all-important question, I think, is procedurally. When I go in there next, after I've filed this into the case and everything, and it's in, everybody's been served or whatever with it, properly noticed, whatever, I have to make a new appearance, I would imagine. Because if I go in there and just be like, yeah, here I am, and there's been this thing filed, I think I'm going to have to make a new appearance to let them know, like, I'm the guy with power of attorney, however I'm going to.
Well, I don't know what appearance you made for the first time, so whatever you have to do, you got to come in fresh because it's another time.
Well, I came in as a man. I'm a man.
So just go in there and you're going to restate the case now. I'm coming here as power of attorney. We know,
yeah. So right. Okay.
All function is in fictions. You got to understand.
Right. So that's why I think this is important to go over, because it's like, okay, you can just go in there and file. It's one thing to just go ahead and file a power of attorney into the case, but that might not be meaningful in terms of what the procedure is here. So I think what I have to first do is probably, again, enter another withdrawal of appearance, then refile a new special appearance as the power of attorney over.
Yes, that's very good. Okay, now you're getting it.
All right.
You're going to come in new.
Hey, Blue, you said earlier that you think that the court's just waiting for Salam to get it right. I look at it differently. I think they're waiting for him to screw up.
Well, one way or the other.
I think that Ed's right.
They're waiting for one thing or the other. But
they're just waiting in the background for him to screw up so they can jump all over him. And I think your point about going in there as a power of attorney and making it clear that you're representing the principal as the beneficiary for the trust is going to make them shit their pants, because then they're going to be responsible as the trustee for
because it's one of the items you're going to make sure that they know that because you're going to appoint him as trustee to settle and close this
exactly
charge.
Right. So he's not going to like that a bit.
Yeah. Well, tough shit, right?
Right.
But their head's on the friggin' chopping block, things are going to change.
But that's where things can get dicey because they've been through that before and they've got little techniques for dealing with that situation. I'm pretty sure.
You know what? They don't go through this stuff. You know, we're very elite in this approach of stuff. Most of these people, these judges, they sit up there and boring, day after day, listen to stupid morons that line up for stupid problems and stupid relationships, stupid divorces. He said, she said bullshit. Just go into a court and listen. It's like, well, I hate to be a friggin' judge. Like, oh my God. And then you come in here and you actually got some content. You got some balls when you walk in there, you know? And that's what you want to do. You just like, I'm not here to friggin' play games with you. Here's the way it's going to be. And you tell them what it's going to be. And, you know, it's really crazy, but the presiding judge that I directed this to, he looked at me, he put his hand on his chin, looked at me, and I could tell, he says, I appreciate what this guy's doing here. So he looks at the friggin' district attorney, which they're all assistants, right? District attorneys never were anywhere to be sound. Because I summoned the district attorney. I said, where's the district attorney? He said, oh, he's the district. I said, he's not the district attorney. This is the district attorney over here, and he's not here. How come? He's the one who brought the fucking claim. So who's this guy? Another third-party interloper? You know what I mean? So the point is, you knew I was addressing it right. It's like one of these cases, it's been a couple of years back now, is I went on there on some stupid traffic thing, whatever.
Hey, Blue, sorry, I don't mean to interrupt you. When you say the stupid guy that's sitting there, that means somebody from the district attorney's office? Is that what you're talking about?
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, it's not the actual district attorney who's supposedly filing the claim or whatever.
Yeah, the district attorney's not there. The district attorney's assistant, whatever.
Yeah, whoever.
He has no vested interest. He doesn't know anything about it. He's just shuffling paperwork. And you read this paperwork, they shuffle, you go, who wrote this shit? I mean, you think we're dumb writing this stuff. Look at the stuff they write. That's why I say, go get that docket, and you'll find out how stupid they really are.
Yeah.
Because they type shit that's not true at all. It says you got to challenge it. Challenge it on the record. Here's what this thing says. Who said this? I didn't say this. I was here every time, and I never saw the defendant one time. So who the hell's the defendant here saying this stuff?
I did sort of.
I was going to show you guys tonight, actually. Let me see if I can figure out how to get my camera working here. Hold on just a second.
While you're doing that, I just wanted to say real quick, I did email when I emailed the district attorney after I got home and let him know, hey man, I didn't get that package. You said it was waiting for me. And I said, look, I still haven't seen any evidence that that you've proven jurisdiction over my person. That's, you know, I'm hoping that information is going to be in whatever packet you have waiting for me. So
well, here's what I say. I say, it's not available. You get to the court, says, well, they failed to fulfill their duty. Don't sit there and try to beg them for it, because they'll work it for you if you want.
No, of course. I mean, ultimately, when
they fail to present the evidence, well, it's like, what's going on here?
But Mike, I've been railroaded through that as well. You know, I mean, like when I had Rich with me, Rich, you know, he dialed me in the first time with all this. He had we went into this together. It was like, it was almost like a business proposition. It's like, I caught a case. It's like, perfect, let's do this. I want, you know, Rich wanted to do like A to Z, you know, this is how you do it kind of thing. And so we followed Rich's plan and battle plan and everything. And, you know, in the end, it got dismissed. But yeah, all along the way, they're threatening to do all this stuff and whatever, but they got nothing. You know, they didn't have discovery, and we kept, you know, filing all these motions. Hey, where's the discovery? And they were just trying to pretend that you know, the judge would just be like, oh, well, your motion is dismissed. What do you mean the motion is dismissed? The fucking DA didn't even put it in an opposing paper and didn't even say anything.
Yeah, they're rushing to trial.
So that's the thing. They're gonna go ahead and violate all the procedures and all the rules. And I mean blatantly, because I've been through it twice now. I've seen it. They were just fucking ignore the shit.
Make sure that you recite that in the courtroom on the record. Here's what the Federal Rules of Civil Procedure say.
The court doesn't have a record.
And you read it out and make sure it's on the record. And therefore, I object to this procedure in its entirety.
Yeah.
Because they fail to do their due diligence, and they're not giving due process of law.
Okay, well then that gets to the question of it, by citing their law, you know, are you now getting into their jurisdiction because now you're citing their law against them, or you just, you know?
No,
It
you're not
is,
citing your law against them. I said, this is what you say your laws are, not what I say they are.
Well, again, but then there's the people who believe that even if by citing them, now you're jumping into their venue, into their jurisdiction.
Well, you can word it in such a way that you're not citing them. You say,
yeah, I hear you. That's what I'm saying, though. You know, it's like you got to be careful about
you
that.
have to learn to use your words properly. So, and that's part of the fun of the, if there is such thing as fun, of challenging them in such a way that you don't submit to using their copyrighted bullshit.
Yeah, that was the other thing I was going to call her on is when she tries to say you, I was going to be like, who's you? What you
Yeah,
are you
absolutely.
talking?
It's like here. Okay, I'm gonna say something. Did I say this to you guys last week? Here's what I'm gonna say to you, and then I want you to answer this question, or it's not a question, but I'm gonna ask you this, and then you respond to it. It's all I want to say. What's your name?
Who's your?
You are the addressee or addressor. I'm the addressee. I'm
Wrong.
me, the addressee.
It's real simple. The answer is no. What is not my name? Are you testifying? See, the point is you have to learn to listen, because it doesn't necessarily mean he's asking a question. He's maybe saying something.
That's funny.
How about for the purposes of this transaction, I'll be what?
Well, it's like this one woman, I used to love her, but I mean, I used it many times. Not many times, because I don't go to court that often, really. But I've plotted and I have used it. And that simple question, it says, they ask you, or, did you get a ticket or what? I says, do you have a bona fide document for my inspection? Because they're trying to find out who the name is. They say, are you dead? I says, I can't tell you that. I can't make a legal determination without a bona fide document. Do you have one for my examination? Because they have to show you the document where they're calling your name from, you see. And if they don't show it to you, it's like, I remember this one woman was being railroaded by a judge who was holding these papers up, and the freaking judge's desk is, I don't know, 25 feet away or something like that. Is this your signature on here? And she's sitting there in front of with her public defender patting her on the back, and she's going, yeah, did you sign this? Yeah. I says, who's this public defender? She's supposed to say, let me see that thing. I can't tell you from here. But she wasn't. She was patting her back. Everything's going to be okay. I says, oh, man, she's letting the fucking judges railroad this woman into fucking have to pay fines and shit like that. I was pissed off when I heard it. God, it was amazing, though. But that's the point, is you have every right to examine the evidence that's brought before you. If they've got something to say, show me. Don't tell me.
I hear you, man. There was somebody who wanted to.
That was Pixel.
Yeah.
A Pixel, the best thing to do is to scan it and show it on, there you go.
Okay, so here is let me see, I'm going to pull this up bigger. So read that right there. It says the undersigned, certifying upon information of belief, complains that this person, therefore, did this. But again, there's no signees on any of the paperwork they'll actually give you.
Standard. That's really standard, man.
Yeah. So I'm gonna call the complaining party that is liable and everything just to the stand. And how can the guy be?
Okay.
Well, you do the same thing the judge did. It's like, I don't see anything here.
Well, let me address that real quick, and maybe let me just give you my take on it, and putting in my objections and stuff like that. Because you're defending yourself in pro per, whatever you want to call it, whatever they're calling it.
Properly.
And because I think it comes down to, and I'm just kind of speculating and riffing here at the same time, because it's an interesting thing as to why they don't feel like they're entitled, or they have to give you that stuff, but they basically act like you're not entitled to it, because maybe it's because you're not a bar attorney or whatever. But then that's one thing. When you do start objecting to stuff like that, again, they'll ignore it. They'll avoid it. They'll just make a blanket ruling right then and there. Like I said, I put in motions about this stuff, a direct motion. Hey, the DA was supposed to send me discovery. There's all this case law that directly addresses this issue, where it says the DA is supposed to send me discovery. I don't have to request it. They're supposed to send it. It's supposed to include exculpatory evidence. Here's all this case law back. I mean, dude, it was just obvious. It was just like all there. And the judge is sitting there fucking, no, the DA doesn't have to send this to you. What the fuck are you talking about, dude? Did you not
So check this out. Okay, just check this out now. Okay, so you've made all your claims there that you just said, but you didn't ask him a question to answer. Okay, so the thing is, if he doesn't answer, since you have to raise the question, say, let the record show the judge refuses to answer the question. Let the record show that there's evidence here that is incomplete and unqualified. Let the record show, and therefore I object. Okay. I object, because if you don't object, you can't get a friggin' an appeal on it. If you object, fuck you.
Okay.
Absolutely.
All right. Well, yeah, I got court on the 2nd of next month, so 2 weeks out from today.
Freaking under the gun.
Hey, Pixel, I just put something in the chat called full disclosure questionnaire.
Okay.
That's something that you could submit if you want to bury them with a bunch of information that they have to respond to.
Okay.
That was for you too, Salam. If
did you just send that directly to me, or
it's in the chat? You can download it.
Yeah, one of the things is, check this out too, okay? Once you object, okay, the judge says, objection overruled. What's your next statement?
Can you repost that, or where did you post it?
It's sitting right there.
Lost the chat. So if you log out or if you get kicked off and you come back in, all the chat contents are gone. So for you people who have solid internet connections, that's a privilege you got there of not losing all the chat contents every time you get knocked out.
Oh, you're saying it doesn't show up?
Yeah, I don't see it in the chat.
Yeah, that's why he doesn't see it. He must have come in like after you refresh or whatever. Like I said, if you get dropped out or if you leave the conversation and come back, you don't get a full chat. It's just whatever gets chatted from that point on. Just FYI for you people who
see it now. I just put it back in.
Yeah, it's in there now. So
mine's still not showing that.
Really?
There it is.
Yeah, let me try something.
You have to close. Oh, well, I don't know. The chat client on my side under Linux is just complete garbage. But close the chat window, maybe open it again and expand it.
Let me see.
Should be able to find it.
Close. I'm gonna recall in, and then maybe you can just do it. Because I'm on a phone, and it's not like that straightforward.
Okay, so I gave you guys a real valuable question there, and no one's answered it.
Oh, go ahead and ask it again, please.
When the judge says objection overruled, what do you say next?
Let's see. What was the term you use? There's a term you can use to it was a protest?
No.
Not protest.
It's called exception.
Yeah, I take exception. That's right.
Yeah.
Well, I take exception, Your Honor, because you're a douche. No, you take exception, and then that preserves it for appeal.
Yes, it does. It preserves the objection, regardless if it's objected to or denied.
All right. So yeah.
Those are little nuances that you got to have at the tip of your tongue, ready to go.
Totally agree, man. I actually that's another one of my projects is just putting together little things like that, to know when you're in situations like, when you go to the court, the clerk's giving you shit about filing a document, knowing about file on demand, and then knowing that case Voight v. Superior Court that discusses, that kind of thing, and little tricks like that are really good to know.
And what if you just agree with them, say, I agree with your, or I accept your opinion. Please, upon you providing documentation showing me the law that says you can't file this.
I don't know if that would work necessarily, because they'll just be like, I don't have to tell you that. Get an attorney. Do you need an attorney appointed for you, Mr. Ed?
I accept your offer based on the and you showing me the law that says you can't file it.
Well, there you go. I mean, that's good to stick with that. I think that would ultimately, depending on the judge, the one judge that I had in my real criminal trial, man, I think they purposely put this guy on my case. This guy was a fucking tyrant. He actually came out of retirement to hear my case after, like, I was literally, I swear to God, man, I had served my stupid time. I was on probation. I fucked up and did, this, that I told you I lied to the cop one night when I got pulled over and tried to pass myself off as somebody else just because I didn't want to deal with it, and just ended up going to jail.
You're just a troublemaker, man.
I am.
Yeah.
But like, I hadn't served out all my time. I still had to serve out the rest of the time because of, I forget what it was. Anyway, I was going to all these hearings and be like, yeah, I went, well, what happened is I had to serve this 15 days or something. And when I showed up at the jail, I was supposed to do it over weekends. I showed up at the jail the first weekend, and they gave me a minute, and I got suited up and everything, switched out of my clothes and all that. I was in the jail clothes, and the first thing they do is give you a medical exam. Well, they gave me a medical exam. They're like, oh my God, your blood pressure's off the charts. I'm like, yeah, that's pretty normal. And they're like, well, we can't let you in. I'm like, oh, that's fine, man. I just want to get this over with. No, we can't let you in. I'm like, for fuck's sake. And I'd been through this before, right? And literally just wanted to get it over with. But it was like, all right, whatever. So they're like, okay, well, you just got to get your clothes back on and you got to go home. I'm like, okay, because they didn't have medical facilities there in case something happened or whatever. So I was like, okay. So I ended up like just going to hearing after hearing. It was like I went back to court at first, actually, after that, and I just said, well, this is what happened. They wouldn't let me in because of this. And the judge was like, oh, okay, well, okay, I'll give you, how about I'll give you 2 months to, go take care of this in the medical clinic and see a doctor and blah, blah, blah. And then we'll see where you're at after the 2 months. And it was like really super nice, like, oh yeah, hope you get well, Mr. Ismail, make sure, you take care of that, blah, blah, blah. Oh, okay, cool. Thanks. So I just kept going back to court every 2 months being like, oh yeah, I'm still trying to deal with this high blood pressure. I still have this really high blood pressure and blah, 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 which I did, but, still it's like I wasn't really doing anything about it because it was just, I've had high blood pressure for like 20 years now. And it's just like, that's a whole nother discussion. Anyway, so finally, like I go to this hearing, they move it from Fremont court to Hayward court. And they fucking pull the dude, because like my case was like the last trial he had. It was like my trial and another like serious maybe murder trial or something. And then he was done. He retired. Okay. And this is like this real powerful, just fucking mean old bastard judge. He came out of fucking retirement. They moved the case to Hayward. He was there. I'm like, oh my God. And he's like, I submitted to this guy. Psychologically, I submitted to this guy because there's so many fucking things I could have done, should have done, would have done, wanted to do that he owned me. And
he threw you off your game.
He did, man. He fucking owned me, man. And so when I got to court and I'm just like, oh, Mr. or Justice Harley or Haley, whatever his name was, well, this is what's been happening. And I've been to this hearing and I went to this hearing and this happened and I have blood pressure. And he just didn't want to hear any of it. And he's just like, you're just fucking with the system basically. And I'm tired of you, blah, blah, blah. I'm just going to remand you right now. Just do the rest of your time. I'm like, what? So right then and there, the fucker takes me in and I'm like, oh shit, I had plans for the weekend and everything. So I ended up like spending like Friday, Saturday, Sunday, Monday. I got out Tuesday. And then that time that I was supposed to serve that I had remaining that I couldn't, because I couldn't do the weekends because of my stupid high blood pressure, it was done. So this fucker forced me into just like literally just like just yeah, but remanding you in the jail, you delinquent, you fucking whatever the fuck. I mean, he's just God, that guy. Oh my God. His son, it's an interesting story. His son was an MMA fighter who fought a few kind of, big fights back in the day when MMA was not as big, like early 2000s. He was with Shamrock's Lion's Den over in Bay Area. And my guys I worked for like a year doing cell phone installation towers and stuff like that. They're like, oh yeah, that dude's son, that judge, because I told them the whole story and everything. Like, oh yeah, that judge's son worked for us. I'm like, are you kidding me? He's like, no, dude's hella cool. He fucking hates his dad, hates that dude. I'm like, oh, wow. So, and I know like his brother was the MMA fighter. And so like I ended up meeting this dude in a bar one day. And, you know, my buddies were like, yeah, this is what's his face? You know, what's his face? What was his judge's name? Hey, Harley? I think it was Harley. This is what's his face? What Mike Harley, whatever his name was. And we had this long talk. You know, we sat there, just, you know, shared drinks and talked for like, you know, 45 minutes or whatever about his dad and about how they just, you know, that was a dick, you know, and just hated him. And I mean, God, the guy was just such an asshole, man. This judge, he was just a mean son of a bitch. But at the same time, you know, I respected him too, because I mean, like, I don't know. It was just it was a fucking Stockholm syndrome kind of thing, probably. You know, it was just a weird dynamic. In a way, I was just like, I kind of was resigned to, you know, I just tried to fight it. And I was just like, I went from all these silly tricks and techniques I'd learned about from listening to Winston Shroud and Creditors in Commerce and this and that and the other thing, and just went straight. Because I had, and the thing here's what happened. I had Rich helping me, but halfway through, just because of all the stupid bullshit and drama and whatever, Rich basically abandoned me. I mean, he fucking abandoned me. He just stopped coming to the hearings because he felt like I owed him all this money, and so he used. It was just a stupid, shitty thing, but he just wasn't helping me. And I wasn't like trying to rely on him, or I don't blame him for anything. But the fact is that I went into this as like, this is, you know, your game here. This was, you know, this is supposed to be your thing. But it just, you know, it was shitty. And so I just had to go off of what I knew and what I felt was the best strategy. And I think ultimately what I should have done, because I already knew the effects it has, was to sue the court and sue, you know, if that would have, you know, sue them for the jurisdictional challenge and see what monkey wrench that would have thrown at the works. But I just never, I don't know, you know, I just felt like, okay, this, you know, I'll do this and I can, you know, I'll get them to, and you know, Rich was with, like, we had a evidence hearing, I believe, with the cop, and got to, the cop admitted on the stand, because I was charged with obstruction of justice and resisting resisting arrest and evasion. And so the cop, basically the judge got the cop to answer point blank that there was no resistance to the arrest. That actually, once he told me, you know, got me, he started issuing orders and commands, that I started following them. And so so he's like, so there was no resistance. And the cop was like, no. And like afterwards, Rich was like, oh my God, you know, he just said right there, you know, you should have said, well, you know, then I want this charge to be dismissed then, because the cop just said right there, there was no resistance. But then I never capitalized on that. I never did an motion. I never brought it up even in trial or whatever. Just, and part of it was just, you know, just being overwhelmed. You know, it's just at first the hearings were like every 3 weeks or whatever, and then they became like every 2 weeks, every week. And then pretty soon there's like 2 or 3 hearings a week, and all of a sudden I'm in trial, and all of a sudden, oh my God, I've been convicted. And then Rich wasn't, you know, Rich dropped out, you know, like during the most critical periods of time, and he's, you know, again, just there was personal things or whatever, because he's just, you know, Rich is rich, and he felt like he didn't owe me or I owed him or whatever, you know, bullshit thing. But the fact is, the fucker abandoned me. So anyway, it was definitely a learning experience. Sorry to monopolize this conversation. Well, is there anything else to discuss? Anyone? I guess I'm going to head out then.
Hey, Arthur.
Well, Salem, I'll get with you about the claim. We can talk about that too.
Yeah, you know, that's something like, you know, like I'm just saying, you know, I think let's finally just do that, because I think, you know, it's not just I'm not just like, you let's just try this, see what happens kind of thing, not just trying to throw something to the wall, see if it sticks. But my reasoning behind this is that in order to, if they're ignoring the jurisdictional challenge, they're going to do that, right? For all the reasons we've just discussed over like the last half hour. It's their game. Whatever they're doing, they're not going to recognize the challenge. So to me, and I, this is all comes from Bill Thornton, on the court of record and the common law stuff. And, we've discussed the effectiveness of that and whatever, but the fact remains that he specifically, his process was to sue them, the court, to challenge jurisdiction when they weren't addressing it. And to me, that makes complete sense. And not only does it make a complete sense, but when I actually did it in the one case where I followed Bill's instructions and did everything to the letter appropriately on, and it fucking had a big effect. I was just looking at the paperwork. I found my paperwork and I was looking at it. And one element I forgot that happened is when I filed my suit against the court in the case and all that stuff, the presiding judge issued an order into the case recusing all judges on the bench in Alameda County from hearing this case. So he basically he made it so that my case would not be heard in Alameda County with that order, obviously. Mm-hmm. So that was another interesting thing that happened when I filed my paperwork. In fact, if you guys want to stick around for just another few minutes, I'll go grab it real quick and see if I can find exactly what I wrote and said.
Yeah, I wanted to ask a question of Arthur Stopes. Arthur, are you still there?
Yes, I am. I don't know when you fellows have dinner, but I'm making dinner and beginning to eat now.
Okay.
And I don't know how you manage it unless you have a very early dinner.
Well, we live in different parts of the country.
Oh, I see. I'm on the left coast, as they say here in Berkeley.
I just had a quick question for you. Your name sounds familiar. Were you able to get your Social Security taxes that you paid into the government reimbursed?
I never tried that.
Okay, it wasn't you then.
However, I'm the happy recipient of, what do you call it, Social Security, and I would not be able to live without it at the moment.
Okay.
I don't get paid for what I do.
You're not the person that I thought, so I appreciate that. Go ahead and enjoy your dinner.
I'm listening, however. And by the way, I hope there wasn't too much contention there when I spoke up again about the California Style Manual, but I remembered soon thereafter, might one not bring up the fact that the California Style Manual, in the case of California, advises the writers, that's the judges and courts, to use capital C, lowercase a, lowercase l, period, for California. And I wonder if the court uses the federalized, whatever state the gentleman I was speaking with is from, if they use the two capital letters, he could object to that on the basis of the California Style Manual. I don't live in MN, Minnesota, if that's where it is. By the way, I was born in Pennsylvania, Penn, upper and lowercase period, not PA. I make a strong point of that. In fact, I think that's how I got the IRS to stop being my pen pal many years ago.
Yeah, because Pennsylvania is one of the 13th original states that's under the Articles of Confederation. So you have some special status from that.
Oh, really? Because thank you for reminding me. However, I tell people that here in California, I'm a 49er, or I operate on the de jure Constitution of 1849. And by the way, I have never seen any reference to, even by patriots, for lack of a better term, I've never seen any reference of how in history after the Civil War, the states were induced or maybe forced to revise their constitutions so that those who voted for those second inferior constitutions were described as and treated as and thus taxed as citizens, lowercase c, of the United States. but the California de jure Constitution was voted for by citizens of California or citizens of other states. And what I wanted to bring up to Jackie originally, but didn't have the opportunity, I didn't want to force the issue. There was a subject or so going on. I think that IDP, rather than making some exotic new passport, should simply revert to the manner of naturalization according to the statutes at large. I recommend that you look up April 14, 1802. I forget which volume that is of the statutes at large, but they are, of course, chronological, and slightly revised in 1824. But that should be the method, as the lady in Alaska also suggests, for naturalization. I think that would be naturalization as a citizen of one of these United States, although at that early time, to say capital C citizen of the United States was sufficient. It was sufficient, even though the words sound the same. So
yeah, there was a guy on talk
citizenship, we should repatriate to our original birthright, not search for strange passports describing perhaps another citizenship, if that's what they do. You can clarify that for me. Do they mention a third citizenship, or do they refer to a citizen of one of these United States?
Well, look up the Foreign Sovereignties Immunity Act.
Well, I wonder what Jackie is doing. That's why I'm mentioning it. But yes, I will.
I'm not Jackie, so I can't answer that.
The foreign, which did you recommend? The
Foreign Sovereign Immunities Act.
Oh.
FSIA. It only applies to the 13 original states.
Oh, what date is it?
What's that?
What is the date of that? It sounds more modern.
It is. It's, I think, the 70s or the 90s, I think. Maybe it was the 70s, the Foreign Sovereign Immunities Act. You are a subject of the Foreign Sovereign Immunities Act, being from originally from Pennsylvania.
Not a subject.
State citizen.
I am one to whom it may refer. By the way, since I'm old enough to have known one gentleman old enough, I have actually known one de jure American citizen. My mentor was born in 1867. Can you top that?
No.
And when he addressed the, and Elena was very impressed with this, and she actually called me once, and we were pen pals for a while, and I hope that can be renewed. But my mentor, when he was introduced to the King of Iraq in 1957, when he himself was 90, and the London-educated King Faisal II of Iraq was 23, that king was introduced in the palace in Baghdad because Mr. Wright had won the competition, had won the commission for the Baghdad Opera House. That was, of course, stifled by Saddam later. In fact, the family was murdered. But the king was introduced as His Majesty King Faisal II of Iraq. And Mr. Wright, that's Frank Wood Wright, the architect, my mentor, stepped forward and said, and I am His Majesty the American citizen. He knew in his heart de jure citizenship, though technically, unfortunately, I'm sure he registered as a regular U.S. citizen in Arizona, which was never a proper state, and voted for Stevenson, who spoke at the memorial service about 2 years later. So that's my history.
Okay.
Thank you.
Yeah, I wanted to just really quickly share these papers just to show you what happened here. When I filed the suit for the claim for jurisdiction, whatever it was. First of all, there was an order from the judge in the, let's see, where did this come from? It says, good cause of hearing, the court orders the following. The undersigned to whom this case was previously assigned for all purposes hereby recuses herself per Code of Civil Procedure 170.1 A6 A3. 2, the clerk of the court shall serve a copy of this order on all self-represented parties and counsel of record. 3, all further matters in this case shall be handled by the next assigned judge. And 4, the clerk shall deliver a copy of this order to the supervising judge. And so that I got that came first, and then the next document that came, this was 2 days later that it was stamped. This is from the presiding judge. It says, for good cause, the court hereby orders as follows. And it's captioned, order recusing entire Alameda County Superior Court bench. And so it says, for good cause, the court hereby orders as follows. 1, the entire Alameda County Superior Court bench is recused from hearing this action. 2, this matter is stayed pending notice of reassignment from the Chief Justice. And I think the Chief Justice in that case refers to the California Supreme Court Chief Justice. Chief Justice of the California Supreme Court. So then after that, it was assigned to Contra Costa County. And I don't have, my papers from this are completely disorganized, so I don't have the assignment paper or anything. But anyway, that was what happened when I filed my claim. The first thing was the judge who was assigned the matter when I filed my suit recused herself, and then the presiding judge stepped in and recused everybody. So there you go.
Hello?
Yes.
Would you, the speaker, kindly communicate with me by email? You seem to be in Alameda County, as I am. I don't know anyone I can speak with here. Please,
yeah, I was.
communicate with me.
I was. Arthur, we've talked before. You don't remember me. I was the one in Livermore. And I introduced you to some of Rich's stuff about sales taxes. And let's see, we also had another mutual acquaintance, I forget. But at any rate.
When was that?
Several years ago. And then in the meantime, I communicated to you by email as well. And so you just don't
remind me your name, please, clearly.
Okay, for the 3rd time, I believe now, it's Salam.
Salam.
Yes, it's also on the screen.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, I'll see what I can find. Did we ever communicate by internet?
By internet and by telephone, and we
talked. I'll look it up. I'll look it up. I don't know why, but I've been much pressed and harassed by other matters. I might be clearer tomorrow, but thank you. I'll look it up and kindly send me an email. Are you in Alameda County now?
No, I'm in Placer County now.
Placer. Okay.
Let me see if I still have your email address. I think I still have it in here.
Well, it's a newer one now.
Oh, go ahead and give it to me so I can put it in.
Verbally?
If you don't mind, otherwise you can send it to me.
I don't mind. I don't think anyone's listening, or if they are, fine. My name Arthur, Arthur. Stopes, STOP, as in Petrograd, ES. At sbcglobal.net.
Those guys are still around?
It used to be Arthur Stopes III for Arthur Stopes III, but now Arthur Stopes at sbcglobal.net.
Okay, well, I've just gone ahead and
STOPES. Thank you, Salam.
Yeah, no problem. I've just sent you an email here to.
Okay, you're more adept at that than I, but I will look for that. Thank you.
You're welcome. All right. Well, does anybody else have anything that requires my participation? Because if not, I'm going to go get myself some dinner. Thanks for sending me that video, Ed. Like I said in the email, I've seen it before. I watched it again, and there's a few things that I would disagree with in terms of assumptions they're making and stuff that they're claiming and saying. But overall, I think it's a pretty good approach. It sticks to the fundamental issues, and it's a good overall strategy. But it's one of those things where again, you really have to know what you're doing. Nobody's going to jump off the street and execute all that unless they're real slick.
That sounds nice.
You guys can hear that?
A little bit.
All right, Ty, well, get a hold of me and we'll go, we'll move, we'll figure out the next move on your thing. And I guess you could stop recording now. I guess Ty bailed. All right, everyone, I'm taking off. I'll see you later.
I'm out.
Okay.